You are not alone. For every loan, needs apply now at rupeeboss.com or call our toll-free 1-800-267-6296.
The world has undergone a sea change in the collective
Come, please come.
IBCCI BD Shetty business launch, and of course this case was purchased long back. It is also with the help of other prominent cities, and this actually republishing is done by Jiranath. So, he has given the complete cost of it. So actually we have, that is the reason we named after BD Shetty business. Thank you.
Vice President, sir.
Okay, friends. Today is a very memorable day in the history of Indian Bunts Chamber of Commerce, and also a very auspicious day because this renovated office is being inaugurated by none other than the eldest son of Mr. B.D. Shetty, who is instrumental in getting the office renovated by reimbursing the entire cost. And Indian Bunts Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we are very grateful to Mr. Jananath. And B.D. Shetty's involvement, everyone knows. If at all IBCCI is there today, it is only because of the financial and wholehearted support of B.D. Shetty, his brainchild. Although it has been founded by Mr. S.M. Shetty and B.D. Shetty and others, but the lot of effort Mr. B.D. Shetty has put in, and today we are enjoying the fruits of that. So this is the short history of IBCCI. Now I request Mr. Janana Shetty to speak a few words.
Thank you, President K.C. Shetty, Vice President S.P. Shetty, who I formerly call Kaka, Office Bearer team of IBCCI. The idea of a business launch is very important in today's day and age, with the number of startups that are happening, the number of unicorns that are being formed. And this is a small seed that we can sow for the future generation of not even Bunts, but other businessmen in Mumbai. The vision that my father had has been taking forward with this business launch, with the blessings of Mr. K.C. Shetty. I may be just donating money, but I think it is the hard work of the association over here that is seeing what I'm seeing right now and bearing fruits for the future. Thank you.
Chairman, President K.C. Shetty and all the members, I think let us congratulate ourselves for this great occasion. And it is aptly named after Mr. B.D. Shetty because he is the person who initiated this process. I think even the office has been bought by him through his efforts. And also the photos have been displayed, both the founders. It is also a great remembrance. We all remember. I remember 10 years back we have inaugurated this office in the hands of Sakinaka Shetty, and from there on, this Bunts Chamber grown in leaps and bounds. We all know what are programs Mr. KC and the SB has done and his team. They done a good job. And one more landmark contribution for the community. I think anybody can come and start their startups or any business here. And initially it is for, I think, ready to get it free also. I think this is one of the landmark contribution from IBCCI. On behalf of entire Bunts, I compliment the team and also request all the members to refer people to this office. People can start from here and they can grow from here, and they will be peers of this organization in future. All the best. I think Jiranath, congratulations. You followed your father's footsteps. We always remember your father. Every meeting, every functions, every projects we remember him, because he was one of the biggest pillar of Bunts. May God give him a good health. All the best. Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, please, wait. Okay, 1 second, please, sir.
Yes, all of you look at place. Yes, sorry. All the
Okay.
चलो ये
Private Limited has heralded an era of clean manufacturing with qualitative ecological processes. While foraying into diverse verticals, The world has undergone a sea change in the collective consciousness. Awareness and empathy have led to a drive for clean operations and sustainability. Staying true to its name, Organic Industries Private Limited has heralded an era of clean manufacturing with qualitative ecological processes, while foraying into diverse verticals for nation building. The company is the passion project of the visionary Mr. Anand Shetty, who gradually discovered his interest in materials and marketing. His exposure to the chemical industry, packaging and plastics, glass and metal consolidated his passionate business plan. Over the years, Mr. Anand Shetty poured much rigor into the company, adding capacities into other segments. He expanded the manufacturing base into multiple locations such as Dahej, Silvassa and Bangalore. Organic industry consistently aims at world-class quality, and all the plants are ISO 9001, Class 100,000, USDMF and NSF certified.
I dreamt of setting up my own industry. Initially, we started a plastic packaging company in the year 1980. Year after year, we are grown and diversified into multi-locational, multi-technology driven company, catering almost all the segments. In the year 2008, we started chemical industries with the focus of manufacturing specialty chemicals. Today, we are one of the largest water treatment chemical producing company in India. Our products are available throughout the globe. Our ambition and aim to become the global leader in this segment.
Organic Industries is headquartered in Mumbai with 2 regional offices and 8 manufacturing units, with 39 years of packaging experience and a solid reputation in the chemical sector. The chemical division is a prominent arm and is recognized as India's front-runner in water treatment chemical manufacturing companies. The plant is spread over 50 acres of land in the heart of chemical zone at Dahej, Gujarat. Organic Industries is the world's 3rd largest producer of potassium permanganate and largest manufacturer of boric acid and sodium permanganate, calcium hypochlorite. Organic's vast array of products are used by diverse segments such as drinking water, pharma, FMCG, food and beverages, edible oils, automobiles, chemicals and petrochemicals among others in India, USA, Europe and others. Sodium permanganate is used to control biological growth, odors and remove coloration. It's also used to restrict trihalomethanes and other disinfection. Organic Industries supplies 20 and 40% liquid variants for water treatments applications. Calcium hypochlorite production is more than 3,000 MT per month in granular and tablet form. It's used as a strong oxidizing agents for glycols, aldehydes and keto acids. A new generation plastic packaging plants are equipped with state-of-the-art technology and CGMP and the required certification. In fact, the plastic manufacturing division has global connects. Ferromatic Milacron USA, Nissi ASB of Japan, Jiangsu Victor of China, Sakame of Italy, Sika Taiwan and Kyongwang of Korea.
Inheriting a brand, Organic Industries, has just not been a privilege, but a responsibility which has lived up to 3 decades to its quality and excellence. My focus has always been augmenting the business and magnifying the chemical business since its diversification in 2008.
Inspired by value creation and global aspiration, the next gen, Praveer A. Shetty and Adish A. Shetty, are leading from the front, just like their father, Business Magnate of the Year 2018 awardee, The sons are gearing up to making their global footprint stronger.
Well, I believe we should be a game changer in our industry. As you know, our industry is a very customer centric, very customer demanding industry. So we do that by having our own in-house R&D, by developing new designs, new molds for our customers. My goal is to reach new heights by focusing on production, quality, inventory management, and financial management. I don't want to leave any stone unturned.
At Organic Industries, adherence to protocol is key. There are stringent norms to ensure quality control. The various international and domestic certifications are a testimony to this. Today, scores of brands trust Organic Industries across India and the globe. Organic Industries, delivering a steadfast promise for 3 decades and taking India to the world.
Welcome to rupeeboss.com, one-stop shop for MSME business and retail loans at more than 3,500 locations pan-India. Access to hundreds of lenders through the platform to get you the best rates and terms for personal finance.
ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತೇವೆ. ಎಯನ್ನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ನಮ್ಮ
Future of artificial intelligence with advanced.
आज की ताजा खबर We offer comprehensive courses designed to meet the demands of the modern market. Our course catalog includes
IBCCI VD Shetty business launch, and of course this case was purchased long back. It is also with the help of other prominent cities, and this actually republishing is done by Jiranath. You know, he has given the complete cost of it. So actually we have, that is the reason we named after VD Shetty business. Thank you.
Vice President, sir.
Okay, friends. Today is a very memorable day in the history of Indian Bunts Chamber of Commerce, and also a very auspicious day because this renovated office is being inaugurated by none other than Come, please come.
IBCCI BD Shetty business launch, and of course this place was purchased long back. It is also with the help of other prominent Shettys, and this actually republishing is done by Jiranath. So he has given the complete cost of it. So actually we have, that is the reason we named after BD Shetty business. Thank you.
Vice President, sir.
Okay, friends. Today is a very memorable day in the history of Indian Bunts Chamber of Commerce, and also a very auspicious day because this renovated office is being inaugurated by none other than the eldest son of Mr. B.D. Shetty, who is instrumental in getting the office renovated by reimbursing the entire cost. And Indian Bunts Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we are very grateful to Mr. Jananath and B.D. Shetty's involvement. Everyone knows, if at all IBCCI is there today, it is only because of the financial and wholehearted support of B.D. Shetty, his franchise. Although it has been founded by Mr. S.M. Shetty and B.D. Shetty and others, but the lot of effort Mr. B.D. Shetty has put in, and today we are enjoying the fruits of that. So this is the short history of IBCCI. Now I request Mr. Janana Shetty to speak a few words.
Thank you, President K.C. Shetty, Vice President S.P. Shetty, who I formerly call Kaka, office bearer team of IBCCI. The idea of a business launch is very important in today's day and age, with the number of startups that are happening, the number of unicorns that are being formed, and this is a small seed that we can sow for the future generation of not even Bunts but other businessmen in Mumbai. The vision that my father had has been taking forward with this business launch, with the blessings of Mr. K.C. Shetty. I may be just donating money, but I think it is the hard work of the association over here that is seeing what I'm seeing right now and bearing fruits for the future. Thank you.
Chairman, President K.C. Shetty and all the members, I think let us congratulate ourselves for this great occasion. And it is aptly named after Mr. B.D. Shetty because he is the person who initiated this process. I think even the office has been bought by him through his efforts. And also the photos have been displayed, both the founders. It is also a great remembrance. We all remember. I remember 10 years back we have inaugurated this office and
Right, good evening everyone. I hope you all are having a wonderful time so far. Is it? No? Yes? You don't want to talk to me? Come on yaar, I mean, itna attention to main deserve karti hu, right? Are you guys having a wonderful time or not? Alright, thank you, I feel so much better. Okay, before I say anything else, like a good host should, let me thank each one of you for pulling out your valuable time and making it to this evening. Despite of the traffic, the rain, the discomfort, आप सभी अपना वक्त निकाल कर यहाँ पर आए. This means a lot to us. Thank you so much. And with that, let me just introduce myself. I'm your host, Zeenat Kaparia, and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to IBCCI's SD Shetty's Business Lounge and Knowledge Summit 2023. अपने लिए तालियां बजा सकती हैं? I love that. You know, तालियों से क्या होता है ना, एक माहौल बन जाता है, energy create हो जाती है, and that energy leads us to happiness, isn't it? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here for a very special reason. We all know that. IBCCI was actually created, is actually a brainchild of our visionaries, Mr. B.D. Shetty, Mr. S.M. Shetty. इन्होंने ये association form किया था with an idea to help the businessmen, the entrepreneurs to connect, to network, and to grow together. Today, we have actually moved one step ahead in this journey by launching the SD's Business Launch. And ladies and gentlemen, this initiative is actually going to redefine the networking. There is going to be a free access. The good news is there is going to be a free access to all the members. It is going to bring in the class and comfort great networking opportunities. But क्या है ना कि अब शो को आगे बढ़ाने से पहले हम इंडियंस जो होते हैं हमेशा ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद लेते हैं and then we move ahead, right? है कि नहीं? So today also we are going to do the same thing. We are going to have a lamp lighting ceremony. We are going to take the blessings of Almighty and start our evening. While we have the lamp lighting ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon our dignitaries, but before I do that, कुछ बहुत ही special mention है जिनको मैं thank you कहना चाहूँगी, क्योंकि I believe that जब भी आप ज़िंदगी में कुछ achieve करते हैं, वो अकेले नहीं करते हैं. There are some people who give their relentless support to you. And I would like to thank our main sponsor, Mr. Anand Shetty, the Chairman and MD Organic Industries. Our co-sponsor, Mr. Kishan Shetty, Channel Fright. Mr. Pradeep Shetty, Heritage Builder. And Mr. NB Shetty from Rupee Boss. And with that, now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our lamp lighting ceremony. And for that, I would like to call upon our chief guest. While I call upon them, I would request you all to please applause and show some love. I would request Mr. Romal Shetty, our chief guest, to please come on stage and join us for lamp lighting ceremony. Also, our guest of honor, Mr. Jeenanath Shetty. Mr. Kushal Hegde, Mr. Divakar Shetty, our guest speaker, Mr. Devesh Mishra, Mr. Anil Shetty, and IBCCI President, Mr. K.C. Shetty. And with that, I would also like to request all our board members and office bearers to come on stage. Our Vice President, Mr. S.B. Shetty, Secretary Srinath Shetty, Joint Secretary Srinivas Shetty, sir. Treasurer Mr. Prasad, Joint Treasurer Mr. Nishit Shetty. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to please come on stage for the lamp lighting ceremony. I would request all the BODs, all the board of directors to please come on stage and join us for the lamp lighting ceremony.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धन
Thank you everyone for joining us on stage. It was absolute pleasure to have you all here on stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move on and call upon our next very special guest. Mr. K.C. Shetty serves as the Chairman and Managing Director of Lumens Group of Companies. His esteemed role as the President of Indian Bunts Chamber of Commerce and Industries underscores his profound influence. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to please have a round of applause while I welcome Mr. K.C. Shetty on stage.
Indian Bunts Chamber of Commerce and Industry, an association of knowledge, networking, and development, has been in existence since 3 decades. The Bunts community, that was known for its traditional hospitality industry, has now transformed itself to excel in all fields like engineering, chemicals, plastics, packaging, IT, real estate, hospitality, constructions, Bollywood, and many more. Visionaries like Mr. S.M. Shetty and B.D. Shetty conceived the idea of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the year 1990. The ideology was further carried over by Mr. V.K. Shetty, Mr. Vivek Shetty, and since its inception, IBCCI always has a unique genre of members from Bunts community, which make it one of the most respected business associations in India. In the initial days, IBCCI played a crucial role of catalyst between the government and Bunt industrialists to regularize the growth of their organizations. Thereon, IBCCI has been proactive in putting forth their opinions to lawmakers, regulators, stakeholders, etc. Over the decades, IBCCI has evolved as a platform where MSMEs can connect and network with fellow members, other trade associations, trade embassies, and online business communities to promote and expand their business. The recent activities in IBCCI include various soft skill programs like time management, motivational lectures by industry leaders, business seminars and training programs on varied subjects for the benefits of its members and their employees. IBCCI is expanding its reach to encourage participation from members across the globe. IBCCI has been organizing summits, networking events, and award ceremonies from time to time by inviting industry veterans to share their success stories and mentor the budding Bunts entrepreneurs, which consists of more than 600 members from diverse industries.
Rewards and recognition, Bunts Star Awards. Grand award ceremony at Sahara Star by recognizing the outstanding achievers among its members in the august presence of people like Shri Nitin Gadkari, Shri D.V. Sadanand Gowda, Shri Rajkiran Rai, MD and CEO, Union Bank of India, and Shri Gopal Shetty, Member of Parliament, who are the guiding force for the progress of the nation. Webinars on different topics for members and non-members. IBCCI encouraged women empowerment by subsidizing the membership fee. Philanthropy. IBCCI helped the families, those who lost their breadwinners, in a big way. Family Fun Fiesta. IBCCI members with their family enjoyed the fellowship and bonding at the Leela Palace. IBCCI have the mission of organizing exhibitions, trade fairs, B2B contact sessions, international conferences, international and domestic industrial visits, meetings with consulates of different countries, to promote Bunt community at the international platforms, and with the vision of development of industry and commerce by addressing core issues. IBCCI, under the leadership of current President Mr. Shetty and its executive committee members, is creating a platform for exchange of technology and ideas to create a common business place for all Bunts entrepreneurs. IBCCI, connect with values.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಗುಡ್ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ ತೋನ ಗೊತ್ತಾಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಈಗಲೇ ಮಾತ್ರ ಲೈಕ್ ಆತನು ಬಂದಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬಂಟ್ಸ್ ಚೇಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ದ IBCCI BD ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಬೊಕ್ಕ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಸಮಿಟಿದ ಬೈದಿನ ಮಾತಾ ಬಿಂಜೇರಿಗಳ ಕೈ ಮುಗಿದು ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮಲ್ತೊಂದುಲ್ಲೆ. IBCCI vision and mission is very clear as shown in the visuals. Our main aim is to make our next generation job creators, not job seekers. We want them to create wealth for themselves and for the nation. We also want them to participate in the growth of our country to become the $5 trillion economy by 2025 as per our Prime Minister and our nation's grand vision. IBCCI is completing almost 33 years now, started by our famous industrialist Mr. SM Shetty, BD Shetty and other prominent Bunts, with the clear intention of helping entrepreneurs and professionals. As the president of IBCCI, it is an honor and great pleasure to welcome you all distinguished and respected advisory members, board of directors, office bearers, committee members, respected IBCCI members, all dignitaries present here for the launching of IBCCI's BD Shetty Business Launch and Knowledge Summit. On behalf of IBCCI and all guests present here, I warmly welcome our distinguished guest, Mr. Romal Shetty, CEO, Deloitte, South Asia. As a schoolboy, I was seeing his father, Vasantanna, coming to our house at Kutpadi. That time, he was studying in Udupi. Romal's father's elder sister, Vanajakshi, got married to my mama Krishna Shetty, who was our Yajamana of our Kutpadi and Udyavara Garadi and temple. After his demise, same position has been given to me. Welcome, Mr. Romal Shetty. Our another guest, Mr. Kushal Hegde, because he has become suddenly sick because of his age, he could not come. So actually, he has not come for the function today. Divakaranna, CMD, Fiber Foils Limited and Citron Limited. We are close neighbors in Jew. Every day we meet for walking at 6 a.m. and he is a very successful businessman and experienced also. Any business issues or personal matters, I always seek his guidance. Warm welcome to you, Divanna. Jeenanath, proprietor of ISRO Product, son of BD Shetty. He was our co-founder and also IBCCI president for many terms. He is instrumental in making IBCCI's office with the help of other prominent Bunts. Mr. Jeenanath voluntarily came forward and contributed the entire cost of republishing the business launch. Warm welcome to you, Jeenanath. Our speaker of today, Mr. Divesh Mishraji, he worked in top position in SBI and HDFC Bank, soft-spoken but very intelligent personality. He is going to speak one of the most important topics of today's time, that is artificial intelligence, our window to future. Welcome, Divesh sir. Our other guest is Mr. Anil Shetty. He is our speaker today, founder of Waco Capital and Metaphor Technology Solutions LLC, Dubai. He will speak again on very important topic, empowering mind, limitless few. Welcome, Anil Shetty. I also welcome our main sponsor today, IBCCI Advisory Board member and my jigri dost and good old friend of more than 35 years, 40 years, CMD of Organic Group, very successful businessman, Anandanna. He was first one to call and tell me on his own style, Chandrana, here la sponsor maltera, maltijarde irna dosti yanulleta Anandanne, yanul favorite. Welcome, Anandanna. Our another co-sponsor, Rupee Boss, CMD, NB Shetty, and is our advisory board member, leading chartered accountant, and started MSME platform recently. Very cool, ready to help, and big marathoner. NB Shetty, welcome to you. And our another co-sponsor, he told me not to tell Channel Freight, I have to call him Adyar Garden Kishan Shetty. Co-sponsor Adyar Garden, CMD Kishan Shetty is our live wire board of director in IBCCI. He has added one more feather to his cap by adding one of the finest place for destination wedding in undivided South Canara by making Adyaru Garden in Mangalore. Welcome, Krishnanna. Also, he promised very heavy discount for all IBCCI members. Our another co-sponsor, Heritage Builder, CMD Pradeep Shetty. He is also our board of director, and this year he has made maximum members in IBCCI. He also taking very keen interest in IBCCI affairs. He is coming out with lot of building in Chembur, Matunga and Powai region. For IBCCI members, he also promised to give very special discount. So please approach him. Very humble and young successful builder I met in recent times. Welcome, Pradeep Shetty. Krishna Hegde has come. I also welcome Sudhiranna, because actually I called Lataka and asked her to come. Then actually Sudhiranna, morning when I told, he was telling me I have to go to this New Bombay side and all. But because of Lataka's force, he has come. So thank you, Sudhiranna, for coming. And he was also telling me, because of her pressure I have to come, because I know Lataka before her marriage. So it is my right to ask her to bring him. Thank you, sir, for coming. Welcome to all other dignitaries in this hall. Bunts Sangha President Chandra and his team. Bombay Bunts Association President C.S. Surendra Shetty and his team. Also welcome all presidents and their team of Jawab, Mulund Bunts, CA Association, Bunts Law Forum, all regional Bunter Association. Welcome to all trustees and team of SM Shetty School and College. Also, Udupi Chamber of Commerce under Devi Prasad Shetty has to come. Whether he has come or not, I don't know. I think he is not there. And also, I actually welcome press people, Mr. Rons Bantwal and Chandrasekhar Pelatadi was supposed to come. He has not come. Gurnath Punja has come. Please welcome. Welcoming you also. You all would be probably aware the landmark program that IBCCI has done in recent year. Today as well, IBCCI we are achieving another landmark by launching IBCCI's BD Shetty Business Launch and Knowledge Summit. Initiatives of IBCCI. In our last Knowledge Summit in Hotel Peninsula, few months back I mentioned we will soon open IBCCI's launch. Now today we are doing it. See, actually, when I came to Mumbai, I worked in Bajaj for 10 years as a trainee engineer. Then, worked in different departments. Then after 10 years, I wanted to start my own industry. To start own industry, I was having the product, I was having the customer, and I was having the manufacturing technology also. But problem was, I was not having place and I was not having telephone number. Telephone number was also a problem. So actually I was not able to do it, and I did it, after 1 year. So actually, because what is 1 year late means in today's income, my son will say, because 1 year late means this year income is gone. So how much, you calculate. So keeping that in mind, we have made this business launch. Straight away go and, start your address and, start your business there. In business launch, we are having all modern facilities, table space, conference room, video conferencing facility, cafeteria, and secretarial services, etc. The idea that all our Bunts youth who want to start any industry, they can come and take the advantage. The working model, please contact our office bearers. We have now strengthened our team by inducting few more directors. One is Pradeep Shetty. By inducting few more directors, one is Pradeep Shetty, CMD of Heritage Group, Mr. Dinesh Chandra Hegde, Managing Director, Prakriti Life, Udupi. He has come all the way from Brahmavur today. Welcome you, sir. And Anil Elinje, CMD, Tricon Rubber, Mr. R.K. Shetty, MD, Heramba Industries. We have also made a strong advisory board members with all prominent Bunts stalwarts from India and abroad. And some are sitting here, NB Shetty and others, Mr. Divakar Shetty, and so many people are sitting here. They are all our advisory members. They are always advising us to strengthen our chambers. Most of the advisory board members are present here. Main topic I am coming now, membership drive. We decided to make IBCCI a strong body, force to reckon with. For this, we want to increase our membership. My personal request to all present here who are yet to become our member, kindly fill up the membership forms and please hand over to Prajna. She is standing here only, tall girl. So you can give her. Also requesting IBCC members to add at least, everyone has to add one more member in a year. That, you do it. This year we are requesting all our founder members, old members, advisory members, board of directors, office bearers, and new members to upgrade themselves to corporate members. Okay, as per this request, most of our members of office bearers and BODs already upgraded themselves as corporate members. I once again request all members to become corporate members. New programs coming up. Star Achievers Award, we are planning to have our second Star Achievers Award in a spectacular fashion, mostly in the month of 2024. For this, we are finalizing the guests. We expect same support from last function from all of you. We want to work on so many projects like Bunts Expo exhibition, international trade delegation, opening chambers office in India and abroad, etc. We want more people to come forward to head the same. I wish to inform you, all members, that our chamber recently got CSR and ATG accreditation. This will ensure that all the donation received by the chamber will get tax benefit. Requesting all our members to donate their full or part CSR funds to our chamber. Anandanna. We look forward for more events in times to come. We will keep you all posted in the times to come. Once again, I welcome each one of you for the shape future of prosperity, progress, success of our business and the entire Bunts community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to call upon our next guest, the Vice President of IBCCI, Mr. S.B. Shetty. Can we please have a round of applause for our next guest, Mr. S.B. Shetty?
today's chief guest, Mr. Romal Shetty, CEO, Deloitte, South Asia. Another guest, Mr. Anil Shetty, and also Janana Shetty, and Divakar Shetty, and our HDFC trainer, Mr. Mishra, and ladies and gentlemen. Because already our president has covered almost all things about IBCCI, I don't have much to say. My only request is you should help us to increase the members, because without increasing the members we can't do anything. Now at present we are having almost 400 members. At least you should reach a reasonable strength of 750 to 800. And you believe me, if you have that number, I can guarantee you we can directly go to the industry minister chamber without an appointment. That would be the strength. Even if you go look at Indian Merchants Chamber of Commerce, which is an all India body, even what they have is about 1,300 to 1,500 members. But they have been given representation in any Prime Minister's delegation to all international meetings or any industry minister going abroad, they will get the representation because they have the strength. So once our Indian Bunts Chamber of Commerce and Industry, once we reach the level of 750, 800 members, definitely we can have that bargaining power. And there is a old proverb, if you are single, if you are alone, police will chase you. If you are in a group, if you are in a big group, then police will run away. That is the thing. Unless we increase our member, or unless we become strong, then we will be weak. So my request, each member should bring in at least one additional member in the coming days. We are going to launch a membership drive shortly, where our target is to make IBCCI at least 750 members strong. That is our whole ambition, and I am sure you will help us to do that. Other aspects, I think our president has already covered, and I don't want to become a hurdle between the cup and the lip, because there are a lot of eminent speakers. They are going to speak on various subjects, and I am sure this will increase our knowledge. And also Anil Shetty and our chief guest, we are going to make them our advisory board member, and we are going to take full advantage of their knowledge, their position, and their talent in the coming days. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move on and call upon our next guest. Our next guest emerges from the vibrant city of Mumbai, is a trailblazer in his own right. In 2004, he seamlessly integrated into Unitop Chemicals, his family business, and his ascendancy to managing director. And in 2010, marked a transformative chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next guest, Mr. Janana Shetty. Also a special mention that today we had the inauguration of our business lounge. Play an AV.
Thank you. Chief Guest, Mr. Romal Shetty, fellow guest of honors, Mr. Divakar Shetty, Mr. Kushal Hegde, guest speakers, Mr. Devesh Mishra and Mr. Anil Shetty, President Mr. K.C. Shetty, his office bearer teams, ladies and gentlemen. A vision to bring together entrepreneurs of the Bunts community to foster growth and exchange knowledge and ideas was the goal of Indian Bunts Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Starting up with a meeting of 20 to 25 entrepreneurs in 2005, IBCCI has grown to what you see today around you. The ever-changing business scenarios of such gatherings are important to us, and to understand these changes and grow our business. New technologies like data analytics and AI are set to revolutionize the industry on the whole. The startups are growing at a fast pace with a capital infusion of $4.4 billion in 22-23. As of March 23, India has about 108 unicorns with a net worth of $5.5 billion. In an effort to help startups and create future unicorns, the President and IBCCI have developed a business lounge, and it is my pleasure and honor to support this endeavor. I am also grateful and proud that this launch has been named after my father, Mr. B.D. Shetty, who is also a co-founder of IBCCI. His vision to bring along with other co-founders is to take forward and enhance the present business scenario, and foster growth with new startups on a daily basis and new unicorns on a yearly basis. I thank the President, Mr. K.C. Shetty, his team of IBCCI for allowing me to inaugurate this business lounge. And it is an honor to see my father's name up here. You know, I think you would get a really great feeling because I remember sitting with you guys in his first meeting where he was a speaker and he was speaking to 25 entrepreneurs. Today I'm seeing about close to 150 people over here. I think I needed to take a picture of this to show it to him. So please, give a nice hello to him, and he would be very happy to see IBCCI grown so much. It was his baby for long years until his accident happened, and I thank Mr. V.K. Shetty, Vivek Shetty, K.C. Shetty, SB uncle, to reviving his dream and bringing it to such a phenomenal position.
Please be on stage for a little more while and give us the opportunity to felicitate you. And thank you, sir, for your valuable words. And once again, hearty congratulations on B.D. Shetty's Business Lounge. And now for the felicitation, I would like to call upon our guest, Mr. Romal Shetty, on stage, please. Also, Mr. K.C. Shetty, IBCCI President. Can we please have a round of applause while I call upon our esteemed guest on stage? Thank you. And our Vice President, IBCCI, Mr. S.B. Shetty, along with Secretary Mr. Srinath Shetty and Treasurer, Mr. Prasad Shetty. Thank you so much, sir, and we are truly humbled by your presence. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to call upon our next guest. Our next guest is someone who initiated Fiber Foils Limited in 1969, specializing in paper packaging. His company quickly became a global supplier to major companies. Mr. Divakar Shetty's innovation in packaging and exceptional export performance earned the company numerous awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Divakar Shetty, CMD Fiber Foils.
Good evening to all of you. It was a bit surprised when I saw in the paper advertisement, the few friends ended up phone maltikender. I knew my compulsion. I know I had to see Casey Shetty every day morning. I couldn't avoid it. So they were not aware of it, what was the problem I faced. However, I want to just quickly brief my success, more failure. Like to see then Casey Shetty was requesting, please share with us whatever your experience you had it. 1965, I first landed up Bombay for my elder brother Bhaskar Shetty, the great friend of our Kushal Hegde. They were together in college, Jain College. And when I came, there was no place to sit. My brother brought me to the morning and evening college to go. And he just put me into the daytime to spend time to sit with the Kushal Hegde. That was the first person after my brother met person in Bombay was Kushal Hegde. He was already an entrepreneur that time. I knew that he was working in Micro, and I also started an entrepreneur there where I was sitting in few days to spend time, daytime, evening of course. We could go different when brother comes back. That was the time. I quickly started there was a lot of people asked me, how did you get into this packaging business? Both are packaging business. I just give a brief because the question many times asked. For the benefit of others, I don't want to take time. I came to know that Romal Shetty, our chief executive, I'm really proud of you. And I heard about your selection process, and I'm seeing first time at this young age you could achieve. And all over, really we are proud of you. Romal, I met you today. I heard quite a lot about you. Great. And I would like to see how I started. After the business, my brother was working in Blackwoods, India, and he had a small business started. He asked me, so I had to, after the morning and evening college, I had to come and sit in your office. I worked with him 2-3 years with him. Then I thought he's a big liability to him because it was very small, so I got to go get into somewhere outside. So I got into a good business. Suddenly, I got a British India Insurance one job. I got it, but it was inside the building. Office. I couldn't go out. I was not satisfied because I want to be free to move around in the Bombay, which I didn't know that Bombay. So left within 6 months. I got to a small engineering company who makes a pharmaceutical machinery. So worked there as a sales representative, visited every small pharmaceutical company from Kulaba to Mime. One side, that time what I know is the Bombay was up to Mime, one side, other side is Sion. All the industries around, all within the Bombay, Railroad, Worli, Prabhadevi, Kulaba, Lalbagh, Sivri, Sivri, and also areas, little bit of Sion and other industries. But as a person, young man, I wanted to visit everyone, create a lot of inquiries for the pharmaceutical machineries. They were very impressed. So then the business, of course, next business, whether it is business materialized or not, but I created a lot of inquiry to them. That was more for me a turning point. when I met all the pharmaceutical company, most of the company, they want the machine they don't buy regularly. They said a lot of packaging material they've started buying regular. It's a regular business for the outer box, inner box. That stuck to me, get into the packaging business. That's how many people ask, how did you get into the packaging? This is where, for me, a turning point. The journey started from there. I started, that said, let me get into the packaging business, pharmaceutical packaging, but didn't work well. My startup today is the business launch you started. It reminds me when I started a business, only I had to print my letterheads and business card with the care of address. That was care of address means you can't sit there, only you can get the mails or anything, post office. That's all. That's office I carried on, no telephone, but it was quite challenging, interesting that time. Every day you go and see if any envelopes has coming. My biggest salesman was a postman who gives a paper to me, mail. I was excited when I see the open of the paper. So that's a small way. But that business didn't last long because the packaging nobody was seeking, and I had a small partnership. It was 3-4 years total failure, didn't make any dent. So that was my first setback. During the packaging company, packaging time, that I got a lot of contacts. I said, let me get out of the new business. That was composite cans. I don't know, many people did not know what is composite cans those days. And it was a composite can made out of paper, round cylinders, and bottom and top is used. It is substituting for the metal cans and other product, because the metal can is steel. Tin plate is a very, very expensive thing. Short supplies, and metal box and push was 2 supplies. I said this business was, I was fascinated about composite can, how to make it. Luckily for me, that time Union Bank is a limited company. That time Union Bank of India Limited. There is a Nariman was a chairman of the company. One OK Gopalan was new. He was a company secretary. He gave me 1 lakh rupees those days. 25 lakhs for the bill discounting, 25 lakhs for term loan, buying the machines, and also 25 for they have at that time lock and key systems. 25 all put together. It's a big booster for me. That's where I see my luck came from the bank those days, and he supported me all the way. So that's another part. When a connection, another one, you say sometimes your hard work and luck, it requires. I got a connection with the Firestone, that's a purchase manager. He was a big buyer, and one of his supplier put up the plant, put up a brand new factory building and Andheri, MIDC, where I'm there, where our BD Shetty used to be Chemical next to that, and used to meet quite often those days. And that whole building, I was looking for 1,000 square feet. Unfortunately, because of this friend that who was making these wooden boxes, Sujavuddin, he was running the factory in Muhammad Ali Road. He dropped the idea of shifting himself to Andheri. It is too far for him. So he said, through his contact, my friend of Rao, from the Firestone, he suggested, please give it to Diwakar Shetty. He is a youngster, he is looking for some space. I was looking for 1 lakh, but I got 8,000 square feet whole complete building. It is independent building, which I'm still, sentimentally, I'm keeping that building. I'm sure my office is there only. So for me, challenge, what do I do with the 1,000 to 8,000? So I said, let me start what else I can make. Composite cans became a successful. Hindustan Liver is a big buyer. I don't know whether the brand is called Vim. Vim is the scoring powder those days, like a Pringle can. So they were buying a lot from Metal Box. The Metal Box is the largest company. They had only supplier, nobody else, and there was nobody else who could do it. For me, an easy walkthrough was the challenge was make the Business was not a problem. Hindustan were impressed about that, what I can make with the help of making some special purpose machine in Darukhana those days, engineer technicians we got hold of from Hindustan, they helped me to. So business was Hindustan Liver, we started supplying. For me, the challenge was quantity and quality. The price was not at all issue because metal box is a big supply. I am far below the cost. I was still a lot of profit making. It was a good challenge. Only thing, how do I deliver on time basis? So focus, entire thing was on this. So finally, I succeeded getting all the composite can supplies, glass laboratory, corn products, many India. Product was mostly unknown. Normally those composite cans were not known. People were always looking for the substitute as the metal cans. It's successful and metal box. Then problem came, a lot of pressure on us. By the time we started one unit in Bangalore, there was a Tiruchirappalli, 5 of this Hindustan they started their score powder packing there also. They said, you start there. We said, okay, we are there, ready with you. And they put me to Nagpur, again scoring powder. Their monthly requirement 15 lakhs. It was too big quantity to manage. Day and night we have been running the factory, and we put up plant at Nagpur. All 3 locations have been doing it. For our bad luck, Hindustan Liver, the scoring powder, the R&D, the technology, they kept changing. It's a global brand. They gone to the powder to a liquid. And cake. Even today you will see the Vim powder. Vim is in cake form, not anymore in the powder form. So my entire business, they helped us. Okay, Shetty, whatever you have committed, your labels, can, compound, everything, raw material will take over. But don't worry, we'll complete that. Will not make a loss. But for me, the huge business collapsed. Nothing. What else I can do? Immediately those business, then I said, let's start looking out what I can do. Because since we are in composite can, special, and paper co, next idea was to go for fiber drum. That's also fiber drum was rarely those days. Steel drum, and instead of steel drum, fiber drum was very popular for the bulk drugs, dry products. So we worked out on that. That time MRDC helped us to get one plot, and we built up another 50,000 square feet. That's quite a big those days. But that volume will not solve our problem. The drums is a huge space. So immediately I had to substitute the fiber foils, the Hindustan Liver business with the composite can. They brought a lot of machines from Germany and technology. Tried to struggle that, we succeeded, but the space was a problem for us. And there was also issue that time, Bombay, you'll have a small scale, that's 77,50,000, then later made 15 lakhs, then 25 lakhs, then they opened it out. By that time, all this happened, we could not run. Other side, we had a paper course. Paper course we tried to sell to textile mills, immediately wrapping our textiles. The Munimji, most of the time they talk and met us, but business never came to us because they have the supply chain, all their families members, all the textile mill, if you see, we are far outside. It looks very good, but never materialized. It's all go to their own supply chains. It was a challenge for us. Then I had one luck for me, along with the bad luck. I was looking at where else I can sell the tubes. So there was a company, Estrella Batteries, in the, I don't know whether those days, Estrella and Jeep, then all the Aberrative. These 3 companies were big. And they were looking for the tube for the transmitter and communications for defense, and also many places they've been using. And that gave a Philip for my business, because a lot of profit I could really, instead of a textile mill, I could go for that. That worked very well with me. Similarly, then the new technology, battery became a very, very shortage commodity, and it has become a commodity for the essential they brought it. A lot of demand started because the electronic components, gadgets, Sony and other cameras, everything, they came out in India very big way. They scaled up, so that shortage of batteries came up, and we were already supplying a bottom and top for the Tesla batteries. That business grown up so high, unbelievable, we could not manage that again. And I thought it is difficult to manage with the fiber foils. It is a metal operation. I thought I'll go for the separate company, that is Shetty Limited in Bangalore. That unit was put up in Bommasandra, where we used to make a paper bottom, top jackets, everything we used to supply. There is a lot of support from the many companies like Panasonic. They had 2 units, Indo-National and the Nippo, Lakanpal. They spend a lot of time for us, improve the qualities. Battery. Then eventually we became a very big supplier. All the battery companies, there are half a dozen came here, Toshiba, Anand, Panasonic, Varta, many. It was a big business for us. And we could concentrate, and the very high margin, I can imagine at 40%, 50% margin, because there was a big supplier, was only metal box. For me, it's a very comfortable position with the metal box. Plus, we have been giving a lot of service to them. Entire business, they shifted to us. Not only here, India, we started supplying Southeast Asian market. We moved to Southeast Asia or African market, even to the Europe. That was a success. It was running very well. I had a problem, setback. I'm just telling you, our big paper buyer. We are buying a lot of papers, and there was a mill in Thane. He was the supplier. It's an old mill. It's 80% of the quantity we have been buying, because it is our main raw material. One day he came here, Shetty, I am too old, whether you would like to take over this mill. I said, it's a good luck for me, really. It's my key raw material from waste paper, I go for the paper mill. It's a great thing. It's the 7 acres of land. And it was a challenging, was old mill. That was difficult to run. Every time breakdown. One breakdown is enough, it creates a hell of a problem. But we had a best technician who could manage. That industry, eventually what happened after 5-6 years, Thane, BMC has sent in, all polluting industry will be closed in Bombay, Thane. Thane is a city by the time. We had nowhere to go except a close. So immediately we looked at where to ship the mill, because one of the key raw materials for us. We moved to Kurkum. That's near Thane, further, Pune, further 100 kilometers away. That mill, we put up a larger mill. There was a big capacity we have put, and sold this land, 7 acres in Thane. Those days, I had to put the money there. And plus whatever have been happening, that I had to invest. By the time we started, the mill got ready, the policy changed. The import, lot of those days, many steel mill, many cement, many paper mills, all flourished. Within 5-6 years, they all closed down because of the scale-up economy. Import has become very easy, and all restriction is gone. So this unit became a big liability for me. That's another, I got a shock. I had to close on, distress sale I had to do. And not only that, here MIDC building I had to sell, because this building we moved to Kapoli, larger areas, because the huge volume business I had to go, and brought all automatic machine from the Europe and Germany and Japan. We could not move the people. Unfortunately for our luck, which we didn't visualize, visualize this would be going to be a problem, because none of the trained people could move their Pune, Kapoli from Bombay, because various compulsion, because husband and wife working and children going to school. So Kapoli was a challenge for us to start completely new. There we suffered setback, big setback we got. It took 3-4 years, started bleeding. So one side milk started bleeding, other side is this fiber Kapoli. We couldn't start the commercial production, started bleeding both sides. Eventually to close down, I had to distress sale. I had to do not only some property, what I had made it, I had to sell. When I started 3-4 years, we did not had a telephone. Telephone, it was neighbors for 3-4 years, and then there was a phone we had to buy. There is unofficial buying and shifting to our office, and we bought after 5 years. That time, no fax, nothing was there. It's only communication is letter, by letter only. Now today you have got all the facility, Google, the internet, everything. Those days, but nothing was there, but business was comfortable. We had no problem at all running the business. Whenever you go to the customer morning, up to 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, I work in the factory, run the production, then go to the customer, meet them without appointment. You just go. So sometime you miss only 10%, we miss 90%, we're able to meet the people. We get that kind of business. We know how. Later it came the telex. It was a big relief to us, communications. Then our Krishna Hegde's father, Sipad Hegde, he was in telephone committee. With all help, we got our own allotments. It was waiting for 8-10 years to get a telephone those days. Impossible to get. And he was a committee member. My brother's great friend, Sipad Hegde, he helped us. We got the telephone. Telephone we got after 5 years, almost 5 years. Nothing else everything was physical. It was a challenge. That time when we started business, only gut feeling, nothing else. We didn't have studies, investment, return, all ratios, nothing was there, nothing except gut feeling. Yes, we will do it. We will do it. Working 24 hours and burning desires, I will achieve, because one thing was I was dead sure I not gone out of the way. I didn't go for any investment outside. I remained focused in packaging, only packaging. That's also recyclable packaging. It remained within the packaging. I made many products. Now a lot of products goes for exports, including up to Mexico we supply from here, and Italy, European market, everywhere supply, and Middle East. So why I remained relevant is only focus as a #1 supplier, remain in our line where we know most, not jumped up to me, though I had a lot of money those days, a lot of cash, surplus, because my next competitor, Metalbox, huge Metalbox company, and for me it's an easy walk through. But those kind of things, I had opportunities. I spent a lot of money. When I gone to the Karnataka, they said, Shetty, you start, we'll give you land in Mumbai, it's about half an hour. They said, it is also KSID's estate sector. They also put in investments. So we became a very big company in the metal, global supplier, almost global, except to China and Japan, living everywhere we have been supplying. Then, you know the story of the battery today. After smartphone coming, all the battery usage has come down so badly, so that today battery is where it was growing one time 15% per year, and it was about 2.5 billion battery. Still we have consumption per capita 1.2. Lowest was that time 2, and 3 was Sri Lanka. We had a lot of scope. But sometimes something happens for us is the mobile smartphone has killed all the battery. Battery started shrinking badly. We had a lot of capital investment. However, we recovered the money. But same time, and I had one more problem was when the battery started so big, Europe, the Continental can and the Carnot metal box, they became very big. They were producing European market, the same battery jackets and other things. When they merge and demerge, this business became very, very small for them. They knew us because every customer knew us very well because Toshiba is global, Eveready is global, and Panasonic is also global. They were very comfortable. Shetty, if you are taking over, we'll all support. We took over the battery company. They gave a very good deal for us. The Continental can. Shetty, you carry, we'll support you for 5 years and very nominal payments. We are excited. We looked very, very excited. And there was a big customer, Duracell, next to us. Ran 5 years, made a lot of good money, not very good, okay, good money, I wouldn't try. But the problem is Europe was so high cost, and especially Belgium and Holland, high cost production. The Duracell company and many battery company, they shifted their manufacturing to China. Entire business, within 6 years, we had to shut down. We didn't find any other customers. So we had shut down. We had to close that and make up the losses by selling few assets I made in China, Bangalore, had to sell and close this market. This was my battery side, the can side, tube side. Every success, sometimes you get a cycle setback. But we remained. How I remained? Because we really focused on the business. I know I have not made mistakes. I'm not a speculator. I've not gone into any other. My business, I was confident I'll get back. Today we are try to see everything and put online. Today we are quite relevant in Shetron as a food can process. We make luck caps, so many cans we are making, and not only the 20 liters cans we started making, expanding. Now, I don't know, the business is always a challenge. We don't know. Every year we see tomorrow is the threat, and fear is always there in the business. Whatever you do, it's always, we will see that it is completely. I must tell you one thing, last minute I want to tell advices for the youngsters who are starting. One of the chairman of one of the company, Shetty, you must keep mind, when you have become successful, you have to be extra careful. That is the time you try to make mistakes. Your confidence become overconfidence. A lot of advisor will come. You try to see here and there. You be careful. That success is always dangerous for you. When you don't do well, you will be very, very careful. Very, very careful, conscious. Then another one advice he gave me, which I wanted to share with you all. Whenever economy is growing, things are improving, demand is so high, they said never jump that time, because everybody is expanding. If you want 1 lakh, they will make double that time when the economy is very well. The overall capacity will be 3, 4 times in the supply and demand is big gap. You careful, don't do this. When things are bad, that is the time go for investments. When the economy is bad, things are not moving, you will be extra careful. If you want to make 1 lakh, you'll make only 50,000 or half a million or half a 50,000 capacity increase. Don't go so high. So this is still in my mind. I thought I will share. When you go success, you have to be careful. When things are bad, you will be extra careful. You will never make mistake. You will never make mistake when things not with always. With this, I think I slightly overran. I know I'm sorry for that. I know I heard Romal Shetty has to catch up. Thank you very much for the opportunities. Thank you.
So I would request you to please be on stage for a little more while. And it was truly, truly an honor to hear your experience and thoughts. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I would request Mr. Romil Shetty to please join us on stage, and IBCCI President Mr. KC Shetty, along with Vice President Mr. SB Shetty. Can I please request you all to join us on stage? Thank you once again, sir. And I would request Mr. Sudhir Shetty, sir, to please join us on stage for the felicitation. Can we please have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
B.D. Shetty gave a very good advice. I think all the youngsters should not jump at conclusion. You see something interesting, don't jump at it, make proper inquiries and then go forward. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Well, that was a much needed advice for our youngsters. Thank you so much, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's move on to our next guest. He's a distinguished individual and alumni of IIM Kashipur with a postgraduate degree and a proud CAIIB holder, embarked on a remarkable journey. Ladies and gentlemen, with an impressive 20-year tenure at HDFC Bank, this accomplished professional stirred two major departments, electronic banking and business banking, for a decade each. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next guest, Mr. Devesh Mishra, to speak on the current hot topic, artificial intelligence.
Good evening, everyone. And really, it was very inspiring to listen to Mr. Diwakar Shetty. I call him Diwakar Anna, and very inspiring to hear his journey. Thank you, Mr. Chandra Shetty. I call you Chandra Anna with a lot of affection, that you always give me the honor to me and to my family to be a part of the Bunts community. See, what happened that, okay, when we were implementing artificial intelligence, and I'm being very honest, that if anybody has not heard about artificial intelligence, means that person is coming from planet Jupiter or Mars or Saturn, something like that, okay. So, it is AI. So, when we were implementing AI into our education business, so that time when I discussed while walking with Chandranna, so he said, why don't you talk something on this particular topic? So I said, okay, 100%. I mean, the challenges have to be accepted, right? I'll just tell you, I worked for 35 years in banking sector, starting as a probationary officer in State Bank in '83. And when I left in 2017, I found that the banking hasn't changed anything. Anyway, I mean, you just take deposits from more people and lend to less people and go home. And in 2017, when I left after 20 years in HDFC Bank, I thought that, okay, it's the same thing. Absolutely nothing has changed. Instead of physical ledgers, now there are electronic ledgers. Okay, correct me, Mr. Romal Shetty, if I am wrong actually, because you are the global consultant, and I'm really very happy that today we are seeing a global CEO of a global giant in making. Okay, after some times we will be calling him global CEO in the league of Satya Nadella type. Okay, so what happened is, when I made the presentation, when I asked AI to make the presentation, and I will call my team here, they made 20 presentations in 10 minutes, because all the presentations are made by AI itself. Okay, so how AI is going to change? Okay, how AI is already changing our life. Today, AI is a part of our life. In couple of years, we will be a part of AI's life. So that is the change which is going to take place. Okay, come the team here, because you are the ones who have done the job. Come fast. Rishabh, where are you? Okay, Sakinaka, Tanish, Pratham, and Srijari. Okay, come. Okay. So these are the people who have made this presentation, in the sense that who have generated this. For me, my personal intelligence was so little that I found it difficult to even remember IBCCI. So later on, I thought that, okay, I shouldn't get confused. And if I get confused and say something different, Chandrana will be scolding me. Then what you have done? So I thought, okay, IB stands for Intelligence Bureau, and CCI is Cricket Club of India, IBCCI. Fine. I will never forget now going forward. Okay, so this is my personal human intelligence. And now in coming slides, you will be seeing what artificial intelligence is, right? So here, this is my young team. These are all, the people, those who will be taking the future. Okay, these people are the window to the future, for the simple reason that when we talk about the technology, and especially AI, either we are in awe of that, my God, AI, or we are scared that the future of humanity is in danger. Both are wrong. Technology is as good or as bad as the user behind it, right? Technology per se is useless. You just take the plug out of your computer and it's just, some microchips, plastic, some metal, something, that's it. Okay, it's the user which determines that, okay, what the use of the computer is going to be. And am I right or wrong? Correct me. Okay, you people are all young blood. So this is Rishabh, from this side onwards, then Tanish is a computer engineer from KJ Somaya, then Srijari Vatukuru, okay, then there is Pratham Bilare, and there is Sakinaka Gurav. So these are the people who are perhaps, ready to join any bank, any industry, or any AI. Okay, thank you so much. Tanish, you just stay back, okay? Right, next slide, please. Okay. Yeah.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂಟ್ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತೇವೆ. ಎಐ ಅನ್ನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ ಎಂದು ನಾವು ಭಾವಿಸುತ್ತೇವೆ. ಈ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಿಯ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕೇಳಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
Okay, so this person doesn't exist. This is an artificial person. Okay, you can hire this person. You can put anywhere on your billboards, in your brochure. You don't have to pay a single rupee to this person. Okay, this picture is totally artificial. Out of 800 crore people, okay, this person does not exist. Okay, so what happens is, this is the beauty of it. This person can speak 1450 languages. Incidentally, Tulu was not one of that. Otherwise, I would make her speak in Tulu. Maybe within a few days or few months, it would be, because we put our in both, actually, in ChatGPT as well as in Bard. Both we put that, okay, why Tulu is not one of the languages where any person, artificial person, can speak. So maybe perhaps in a few days or something, maybe perhaps a few months, a few thousand other languages will also be included. So what happens is here, just imagine you want to hire some nice person as your brand ambassador. That person has no dates, nothing. Okay, that person is very pricey. You have to pay lakhs or crores of rupees for that. And then arrange for a lot of shooting or something, you can ask an artificial person, an artificial image, to do whatever product you are having, to say sort of just give a few commands and say that, okay, speak for 30 seconds about my product. She will not speak for 29 seconds, not 31 seconds, just 30 seconds, and very nicely, because the types of lines, the types of words which artificial intelligence can generate, Salim Javed also cannot generate. As simple as that. Okay, so artificial intelligence, when the presentation, the entire presentation which you will be seeing has not been made by us. It has been made by AI itself. Okay, so that is something. What happens here is that artificial intelligence today has gone so much deeper into our this thing that we have no idea. I will just take you to a movie, okay, if you people remember Tom Cruise, 2002. 2002, the name of the movie was Minority Report. Anybody has seen that movie? Tom Cruise by Steven Spielberg? Okay, it was a wonderful movie, and we say, wow, because it is about pre-crime. He is a policeman who does not allow a crime to happen, because the artificial intelligence at that time, that would stop the person from committing that crime, would stop it. Okay, so that time we saw the movie 21 years back and say, wow, what imagination of Steven Spielberg. But that thing can never happen. Okay, there's no scope of such a thing happening, that somebody is thinking of committing a crime and you can stop that person before that person commits a crime. Now come to 2023. Okay, everybody knows about Chicago. Okay, it's a very prominent city in America, but very heavily crime loaded. Okay, and in Chicago University there is a professor, Indian professor. His name is Shanu Chattopadhyay. He's Bengali. Okay, like many people of Indian origin have done so well in America. This guy has also done very well in America. This guy distributed Chicago city into the blocks of 300 meters. And in those blocks of 300 meters, he has placed the data of just 4 years, 2014 to 2018. And 2019 onwards, he has started giving to the police commissioner and the administrator that, okay, in this particular block, a crime is going to happen. Now his aim is to put it into 1 square meter with 100% accuracy. Today the accuracy is 99%. With 100% accuracy, 1 square meter means every individual Shanu Chattopadhyay can find out, and his team of course, whether that particular person is going to commit a crime or not. So 2002 movie fiction is 2023 reality. So this is the type of artificial intelligence which is already shaped up. Just imagine if it is this type of intelligence is there in the financial world. There will be no NPAs, there will be no non-performing assets, there will be no crime, financial crime, because we will get to know that, okay, this person is going to cheat or this person is not going to cheat. Simple as that. And when you think that this thing can be a reality, the work is already going on. Almost every company, and Romal sir will be confirming to that he must be having a big AI department in his own company. So what is going to happen is, after 2 years or 3 years, you are no more a company if you don't have your own AI department. You will compulsorily have to have your own AI department. Okay, let's go further. Okay, fine. This is, so how AI works basically, what is our exposure to AI? We are having today 4 types of exposures to AI. One is, everybody knows about Alexa and Siri. Okay, that is AI, artificial intelligence. We all talk to Google Map. Google Map talks to us. Tomorrow we will be talking to the Google Map. No. I am delaying my work by half an hour. Please give me the way when I reach at 12:30 instead of 12 o'clock. So then Google Map will be redirecting itself to suit our time. The work is already in progress. So you say that, okay, to Google Maps that, okay, I'm starting my car from Juhu, I have to reach Kolaba at 1 o'clock. What time should I start? So this will say, okay, at this particular time, traffic is going to be more there. Okay, so you better start at 11:30 itself. So you can plan accordingly, and that revised Google map is going to come to us in a year's time itself. Okay, such research is going to happen. I will tell you, 10 days back when we made this presentation, or AI made this presentation for us in 1 week, because this was delayed. This seminar was delayed by a few weeks actually, so we were ready. KC Shetty said, and there was no way we can say no, because Mr. Shetty said, you don't say no to a Shetty. So I said, okay, fine. So that is the reason that, okay, we were very much ready. But today we found that, okay, had we got an opportunity to make this presentation today, it would have been 10 times better and bigger than what we have made it. Okay, next. Often people find that, okay, what is AI? Artificial intelligence hai kya? At the end of the day, say, is this a mystery? Is this something to be afraid of? Is it going to help us, or is it going to destroy us, and things like that? The answer to everything is yes, and answer to everything is no. Okay, both. So what happens is, artificial intelligence is nothing but supercomputing at a speed which is phenomenal. It is exactly like, suppose if you were in 2G in the 2010 and 2011, and that time had 10G come, so you would not, be in a position to accommodate your mind to that. 2G, 3G came, 4G came, 5G, and now our current Prime Minister says that, okay, we have already started working on 6G, then 7G, 8G, things like that, okay. Just imagine after 2G, if 10G comes straight away, and you tell to your computer that, okay, download Netflix, not some movie, the entire Netflix, maybe perhaps 50,000 movies, and within a second, all the 50,000 movies are downloaded. That is 10G. So what happens is, today, if artificial intelligence is there, so it is just the phenomenal speed of computing, phenomenal speed of understanding, phenomenal speed of bringing the mind of a computer, the computation of a computer to your level, to a human level. Okay. So what basically when we say human level, means the level of consciousness, when a person can take whatever you and I can take a decision, compassion we feel, same thing is felt by a computer. Already the computer has started identifying, okay, like say, who's a woman, who's a man, which extinct animal. So when they say dinosaur, computer identifies this is the extinct animal. This was never possible earlier. So what happens is, in a very short time, maybe perhaps in a year or two itself, because it is going up exponentially, we will be having a computer brain which will be matching our brain. No, much, much superior than our brain. Far, far ahead of us. Because we are not in a position to assimilate what, or to identify or analyze what a supercomputer has been in a position. We work in a very, very, say sort of restricted atmosphere. A computer has got limitless atmosphere. Okay, so artificial intelligence is just a computer reaching out to the human capabilities. That's it. ChatGPT is one of the 4 ways these days artificial intelligence is deciphered, is being told in the public. One is ChatGPT, it's chat. GPT is generative, pre-trained, transformation. It is pre-trained. Engineers have written billions and trillions of lines. According to some estimates, 1.7 trillion lines have been written to make GPT what it is today. And ChatGPT, supported by our Microsoft, Bill Gates Foundation, etc., is the most prominent one. Then you have got Google Bard, which is equally good. I find Google Bard far, far better. Just imagine earlier also you were having something like what? You could give a query. How do I increase my business? How do I, let's say I'm having company where I manufacture plastic mugs, jugs, buckets, things like that, a 300 crore rupee turnover. I asked Google Chrome, how can I make my turnover 600 crore rupee in the financial year 2023-24? There is no answer. But you ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT, you are an owner of a 300 crore rupee business. You manufacture this, this and this. Tell me how are you going to make a turnover of 600 crore rupee in the next 12 months. And there will be 3 versions of that. Earlier, you would have to hire KPMG and give them first 10 lakh rupees or Deloitte, okay, to get the same answer. They would give you the answer after talking to you, 10 of your people, and give you a big survey which you will never read. But they will give you, and they will charge the money. And they will say, yes, see, we did that job. Now you have ChatGPT to answer to you. Okay, you have to just ask a right question in the right manner. Okay, your prompt has to be right, and you will get all the answers. Okay, Mr. S.B. Shetty is going to have teen days. I have got my wife with me. My age is this. My budget is this. Please give me a 15-day itinerary. They gave me 10 itineraries. For getting that, I will have to pay through my nose to pay to Mr. S.B. Shetty. Right or wrong? अरे बोलो यार कुछ तो इतनी देर से मैं बोल रहा हूँ. Okay, so far so good. Okay, आगे बढ़े. Shall we go ahead? Okay. Yeah.
AI around us. AI is the backbone of smart assistants in most phones and are also being integrated into cars and smart home devices. AI is driving the future of the self-driving car industry. Cars like Tesla use AI for self-driving technology in their cars. Banks use AI in many areas, including detecting any fraudulent activity, analyzing the investment trends of customers, providing customer services, etc.
See, this is also another artificial person. Okay, artificial person, she could speak Hindi, she could speak English, anything. She could speak the way we speak in India. Okay, you just have to select that the Indian version of English, and she will be speaking like you and I speak. Okay, so this is the importance, this is the beauty of AI. AI can be modulated the way you and I want. AI can make this person look the way you want. You just have to give a command that I want, because there is a visual AI. Now there is a chat GPT I was talking about, then there is a visual AI. So visual AI, you know what happens is, you say that, okay, you write there, you give a prompt in AI. Say that Sholay is the best movie written by Salim Javed. Write a script which is better than Sholay. Make the script last for a 3-hour movie. It will be, the script will be given for a 3-hour movie, and you will read it. Now you just say, you go to the visual artificial intelligence and you say, make a movie out of it. And to your disbelief, you will have a 3-hour movie. 3 घंटे की movie will be in front of you. Can you imagine the power of AI? And this power is today. You can say that, okay, I am making, let's say my friend Mr. Chandra Shetty, he's making lightings. Say that, okay, fine. Can you put a advertorial for my products? This is my product. And please give some very fine pictures. Okay. It will give a fantastic, say visual with catchy lines, and will give you 10 options. You can select one. And this is possible today. Tomorrow, you don't even have to write. You can just have your voice. And you say that, okay, while you are sitting in the seat of your car behind, and you just simply say, fine, I have to go to meet Philips, or I have to go and meet Wipro. Before that, I want to talk to them about some new products, okay, which should be out of this world, or which is available only in America and China. And they will give you a list of that. So when you go and meet Wipro or Philips or some such giant, okay, you have your wonderful printouts ready, and they will be impressed. Say, wow, order is yours. So this is the type, this is basically, okay. So this is the power of artificial intelligence. Next. Yeah. And just 2 more minutes. Okay, just 2 more minutes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Future of AI. Artificial intelligence will advance more in the upcoming 10 years than it did in the previous 50 years put together. Robots and artificial intelligence are not here to steal our bread and butter. Instead, they are there to make our lives a bit easier in some way. A lot of opportunities will be presented to human beings in the future as a result of robots and artificial intelligence.
Yeah, this is one person who looks foreigner. Okay, certainly it's not an Indian texture or this thing of this person, but he is speaking in a language which is, I mean, in an English which is acceptable and very easily, understandable in India. So what basically you can do in AI, you can have your permutations and combinations. This person is an artificial person. In 800 crore people, this guy doesn't resemble anyone. It could be your model, it could be your ambassador, it could be, the person who you could put on your brochures and things like that, and nobody will be having a copyright on this person. Okay, so this is something which artificial intelligence can do for you. Okay, next please.
आज की ताज़ा खबर, जल्दी आपके बीच आने वाला है एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म जो एआई की मदद से इस पढ़ाई की दुनिया को बदल देगा। आइए और जानते हैं दिवेश मिश्रा जी से।
Okay, fine. This is the robo. Okay, this is about machine learning also. Artificial intelligence has mainly 3 parts: machine learning, computer visuals. Okay, can be seen your driverless cars. Okay, all the cameras which can. The Tesla works on that. Tesla cars are totally artificial intelligence driven. Okay, many such companies will be coming to India, or India will be supporting artificial intelligence in a big way in the coming days. Okay, so this is a robot model of Divesh Mishra. Okay, you can put it in 3D and you can have a real life this type of a model. And if you have your microchips, everything like that, which currently India is not manufacturing, but India soon will be manufacturing in 5 years' time, then you can have your clones. Okay, human clones very soon will be available in 5 to 6 years' time in the world. Okay, maybe perhaps initially we'll be going to London, Paris, or Chicago, or New York to see human clones. Okay, coming to life, the people who are dead. Okay, they will be coming to life, and later on, maybe perhaps we can make our own clones in our own lifetime. Okay. Next, yeah. Okay, so we have
offer
done
a
this
comprehensive range of courses designed to meet the demands of the modern job market. Our course catalog includes International Trade Finance, GST, Direct Taxes, Forex and Treasury, Financial Literacy for Women, Credit Analysis, Interview Skills, Business Communication, and more.
Okay, so this is what basically we have reached in our company so far. We have reached up to this level that let's say we are having currently 20,000 students. Each student now can select one's own mentor and can name it. Let's say somebody likes Mrs. Singh or Mr. Verma as the mentor. So can choose on our website that, okay, yes, I will like to be taught by Mr. Verma. So we can have 20,000 mentors now. For each student can have one's own mentor and can personally feel that, okay, whatever you talk to your mentor goes only to your dashboard. Nowhere else, nobody else can see. Correct me if I am wrong. Okay, so this is the power of AI, which the small company, the small business of ours has so far developed. Okay, and with the hard work and perseverance, maybe perhaps we will also try to make some impact on the education, this thing. This presentation maybe perhaps was made in a few seconds, isn't it? In 10 minutes, you people made 20 presentations. Earlier, when I was in the bank, we used to take 20 days to make a 10-minute presentation. Okay, so that's basically I have to say here. Thanks for hearing me out. and so nice of you.
So requesting you to please be on stage for a little more while. And while artificial intelligence is ready to take over, your session was quite informative. And sincere apologies for interrupting you. We have little time constraint. And I would like to call upon, once again, Mr. Romal Shetty and Mr. KC Shetty along with Mr. SB Shetty on stage for the felicitation. Can we please have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Welcome, Anjula ma'am. I would request a moment for the... Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, I would like to call upon our next guest. Mr. Romal is son of late Halidi Mr. Vasant Shetty and Satwadi Sanjeevi Shetty. Apologies if I mispronounced the name. Sincere apologies. And ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vasant Shetty retired as General Manager from Vijaya Bank in 1996, having served across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together while I call upon our chief guest, Mr. Romal Shetty, to give a speech.
Good evening. Thank you very much, I think, for the warmth and the gratitude and the hospitality in which you felicitated me. So thank you very much. As I always say that as a son, your proudest moment is not about what you've done. Your proudest moment is about hearing about your father, and I think I heard Jinath Shetty speak about it. My father would have been very proud to see me where I am today, because he always had an ambition that I should reach a particular stage. But before I start, and I've been asked to talk a little bit about the economy, talk a little bit about some of the other things as Bunts, I thought I'll tell you a story. But it's a true story and linked to the Bunts, right? So there's a particular town in the United States. It's near Philadelphia. And in this town, one day, there was a sensational news. Right? A sensational news. Now, what could be a sensational news? The news was that somebody had suffered a cardiac arrest. Right? But this is normal, right? I mean, cardiac arrest is nothing but heart attack. So people suffering a heart attack is normal. So why was this so sensational? In the United States, they obviously take medical records pretty seriously, and over the last 100-odd years, right, they had tracked medical history, but this particular town near Philadelphia did not have a recorded case of cardiac arrest ever. Right? 100 years, nobody had died of cardiac arrest. Right? So pretty surprising. So obviously, different people decided to investigate now. So they got the doctors and the scientists and everybody else. So the first was to see whether, how is the air, the water, must be something in the air and water of this particular town. But there was nothing different in the air or the water, right, as well as the adjoining places. So it was nothing to do with the air and the water. Then they said that these people must be really physically fit, right? They actually must be walking, jogging, doing all kinds of exercises every day. But people were pretty overweight. People were eating lard. Lard, if you know, is pig fat, right? I mean, and a lot of doctors, if there are any doctors here, would know that maybe that fat is not necessarily great for your heart. So it wasn't really the food as well. Then they said maybe it is genetics. Let's understand that where are these people from? So all of them happen to be from Italy, right? From a place called Roseto, which is in Sicily in Italy. So I think the people thought we've cracked the problem now. So these people who are from Sicily in Italy, from Roseto, they're the ones who can never have a cardiac arrest, maybe one off case. But there were other people from Sicily across the United States. And there were people in Roseto back, but they were dying. They were having cardiac arrest. Right? Only this village or this town was not having any cardiac arrest. So the doctors, scientists, everybody gave up hope. Actually, artificial intelligence also gave up hope, right? Saying that what is this? You know, we're not able to find out no pattern, no trend, because it all follows data. So then the sociologist came into this particular town, and they started observing the behavior of people. And you know what was the final conclusion? This town or village, people used to go to the church together. People used to eat dinner together, do a lot of things as community. So why am I saying this story? I mean, I've come here, you wanting to hear about economy, hear about other things in life, and I'm talking about a story. The simple reason was friendship and community is good for the heart. And when we have this community here, it is extremely good for your heart, right? But also, it is good for trade. If you mix friendship and trade together, it's good for your heart, and I'm sure it's good for your purse as well. So really, I mean, first is, sort of to talk about the community, because I think community is important in this, and this story was just a reflection. This is a real story. This is not a false story, a real story, because friendships always help, and I think community always helps. And when, I was growing, my father worked in Vijay Bank, and father had probably, I think, was responsible for the employment of many people. And I used to get quite irritated. What is all this giving employment and all? It should only be merit. Why are you giving employment to or helping people? I did not realize, as a young child, I did not realize that, when you support, you help people with the first job, first opportunity, it changes their lives, right? And he was doing that. I couldn't understand it. I just thought he was just trying to, everything was community, but I didn't understand at that time. But anyway, I think we'll come to the community, but I thought first let me talk a little bit about, India and the way I see India. And please do feel free to, stop me where you think I'm going overboard or in terms of time. I'm, happy to keep it very, very limited. You have better speakers, and I mean, I was fascinated by the resilience and the story of Mr. Diwakar Shetty. I think absolutely fantastic. I think most people will learn, and I think that is what, for me, there were two things that I saw today. I mean, before coming here, one was, of course, Mr. Diwakar Shetty talking about the setbacks and the failures, and we always say in leadership, at least when I interview, I don't ask about how many times you've been successful. I actually ask about how many times you were not successful, and then how did you come out of it, right? That is the first thing. And the second was Mr. Mishra showed something which is absolutely today's. I'll talk a little bit about AI, but he got the kids on, and for me, the kids of India, they're going to make a change to this country. They're going to change the lives of this country. So, so both, I think, both fascinated to see. But just to, take a step back, there are 2 or 3 fundamental things happening in the world. One is the Russia-Ukraine war is what you're seeing. But if you look at from a volatility, from a global perspective, the number of risks, the number of incidents, there are more incidents in the last 3 years than there have been in the last 100 years. So the world is becoming really, really volatile. And for the first time, you really don't have leadership in the world of a particular country. The United States is no longer that one country, or the USSR, of course, sometime back, is no longer the country that can control the narrative. So you are seeing a leadership deficit across the world. So that is something that is very, very clear. Why am I saying this? Because India has that role now to take on that leadership role, to take on the fact of unifying countries, bringing people together. So it's a really great opportunity from an India perspective. Second, if you look at it, there are 2 or 3 concepts that are coming. One is India as office of the world. I think Morgan Stanley has spoken about it. And India is the factory of the world. And I'll talk a little bit about that and come to agriculture a little bit later. In the past, India was considered as the back office of the world. Anything that is commodity, anything that can be, done with least of skills, that is what, we will send it across to India. These guys really don't have capability. They're a sweatshop. They will do whatever you say, and they will do it cheap. So let's send it across to India. But now, that has started changing dramatically. So, there's a company called JP Morgan Chase. It's a bank. It's a $400 billion valuation bank. 40% of that bank, really run the bank, in some sense running the operations of the bank, is done from India. 40% of run the bank is done from India. Some of the biggest aircraft designs in the world, right, whether it's GE, whether it's anybody else, it's actually now being done out of India. So you are seeing that movement happening from a back office of the world to basically say, now any job, why can't we do it in India? There is no more this that, okay, shall I send it because it's cheap? Of course, it happens to be cheaper, right? That's an advantage. But there is clearly skill and availability to do that kind of work. And I can go on in terms of the kind of work. So that's the first sort of trend. The back office of the world, the back office of the world. That means more and more work will move to India. The second bit of the factory of the world. China has, you really, I'm a very proud Indian, but if you really want to compete with China, not easy. This is a machine. It's a machine at a particular different scale and size. But every country has, in its time, does certain few crazy things. And somewhere China is now starting to do certain, crazy is a wrong word. It's a strong word, but I'll still use it. Because China is not a democracy, it has to control its people. And sometimes when you have to control people, and not a democracy, you start putting curbs on. You start putting many things on. And what we are seeing is every Western country or every multinational that is in China is actually really concerned about its operations. So this China plus one strategy is really becoming much bigger across the world. It's not just a US or a Western country, but even whether it's in Australia or whether it's a Japan or anybody else, we clearly see that China plus one. Now, it doesn't mean that all the work will come to India. It will come to Vietnam, it will come to Cambodia, it will come to some other places, manufacturing. But there is only one country in the world. There is only one country in the world that can match China in its capacity, that is India. So, and when I see from my vantage point of various multinational CEOs coming into India, you are going to see, and with the PLI schemes and everything else that the government is trying, you will see more manufacturing move into India. And when that combined with technology, which is Industry 4.0, adding artificial intelligence and others, I think that will make a massive difference in terms of India. Otherwise, competing purely with China is not going to be simple. And by the way, on AI, and Mr. Mishra will confirm, China is far ahead of us, right? China is far ahead of us, both in terms of course, in terms of just the AI bit, but in terms of chips and everything else also. I think it is clearly there. Then the third bit is in terms of agriculture. And agriculture is, a significant part of our country still is involved in agriculture. And what's happened in a lot of the Western countries is they have given up agriculture. If you go to the UK, it's a purely services country. It really does not grow anything. Not that they made anything tasty or not that they grew anything before. But the fact is, now you clearly see a change where we have the potential to do a lot in agri. And then that combined with certain governmental initiatives. And I'll just talk a few in terms of, sort of my own examples in terms of dealing with the government, right? So, I'm working with the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh to help them go from a $240 billion to a $1 trillion economy. So, we are actually working with that. Uttar Pradesh is a fairly difficult place, not so easy, right? In fact, when we were doing this study, we did a brand study, because it's very important to understand a brand study within India, to say, this is both for India and outside, but within India we did a study to say, if you want to invest in UP, right? So we said, what is the first name that comes to you when you think of UP? And the word that came from the India population was Mirzapur. If those of you have seen OTT, you will know what is Mirzapur, right? It's the wild, wild west. So that's what people think of UP. But let me give you a couple of examples of having worked with the Chief Minister. And of course, Chief Minister looks like a religious guy and things like that. But let me tell you, he does not talk anything about religion to at least us. He never talks, and he just only talks business and very particular to the point. So two things. One was to make UP 1 trillion, we said that you need to generate 10 times more power. And of course, it's not a known fact, but in UP, 17% of electric vehicles of India are actually in UP, but they don't manufacture anything. Second data point, Lucknow is the second largest consumer of YouTube in the world. Okay? It's an interesting thing. I also did not know that. I mean, I was talking to my friend who's a CEO at Google, and he said that Lucknow is the second largest consumer of YouTube, right? So that means they're quite digitally savvy. So we told there's one problem. They need to generate 10 times more power, but 26% of power is lost, right? Chori hota hai, right? And who does the maximum chori? Actually, it's the farmers. Actually, it is the farmers. Now, this is a very touchy topic. Nobody in Indian politics wants to touch farmers right now, because it's a very dangerous thing, right? Why would you want to touch? So the bureaucracy said, Mr. Shetty, don't bring this topic to the Chief Minister. You know, he will shut it down. And I said, I think we should tell him, if he doesn't want to do it, he's the Chief Minister, so there's nothing much you can do about it. So let's move on. He heard, so he said, okay, what's the national average? 26% is lost in UP. We said about 12-13%. He said UP should be 8 or 9% maximum. So the bureaucrat got up and he told Yogi ji, but aap jante ho ki, who's taking this power? He says, koi baat nahi. Move ahead. Second part, there is a place in Meerut. So if anybody wants any car part in the world, right? You will get that car part in that particular Chor Bazaar in Meerut. It's managed by the criminal mafia. Right? Any car part you can get. And really controlled by mafia. It's been going on for many, many years. In one day, he raised the whole thing. I'm not saying necessarily that's the tactics that need to be done. But you're seeing something very different happening in India, right? At the governance level. Second, I was with the Orissa Chief Minister. And when we were, at least when I was studying, and a lot of you were studying or you were already entrepreneurs at that time, you would have heard of places like Kalahandi. Kalahandi was a place in Orissa where people would eat once in 3 days. And sometimes they would resort to anything that is there on the ground or otherwise, they would eat that, because that was the level of poverty, Kalahandi. 70% or 75% poverty levels in Kalahandi. You'll be surprised to know now that Orissa is the third largest contributor of rice to India. From a rice deficit state to the third largest, it's not the biggest state, the third largest contributor, and Kalahandi's poverty level has fallen from 70% to 15%. Now, why is this important? This is important because today, that reversal is not going to happen where people don't have food to eat. What is going to happen is to say, can I have a better job? Can I have a better education? But not about where do I get food. It's actually incredible. And the latest Niti Aayog statistics also tell you, right, something similar. If you look at FDI, we've had about 900 billion of FDI come in since we got independence. Half of that has come in the last 8-9 years. Right? It's an incredible thing. And the most important thing is that FDI has not come only in a particular. Maharashtra, of course, has always been a recipient, but today it is widespread across whole of India. And when I see different state governments, earlier we used to go to state governments, They would make us wait, and tell us, why have you come here? Now, every state government, many state governments, I wish Karnataka was like that, but every other state government goes out of the way to get investors into the country. It's a very good sign. We still have a lot of problems in India. Don't think that everything is rosy, but it's changing. It's dramatically changing some of these things. And Morgan Stanley, again, there are a couple of things that they carried out, and I think there are very interesting things. One was 20% of the world's growth over the next 5, 10 years, 15 years is all going to come in from India, right? Talked about 5 trillion, 7.5 trillion, 2031 is 7.5 trillion. Per capita income, now there's one thing where 53% of the households will at least have $10,000. That means that 8 lakhs or 10 lakhs per household. That is significant, right? And the number of people that we've taken out of poverty level is actually equivalent to the size of the United States population. So clearly there are some very interesting things that are actually happening. In fact, in the ITITS export, we exported more software services than Saudi Arabia exported in terms of oil. It's something phenomenal, right? So, and of course, from an innovation perspective, I think what Nandan Nilekani and team have done in terms of the India stack is probably one of the most incredible innovations that have happened anywhere in the world. The India stack that is there is not just about India. It is going to get exported across to many, many countries, right? It is truly phenomenal innovation that has happened. And I think, at the size and scale, I mean, when we did vaccination, and I'm telling you because, I tease my friends in the United States. When you got vaccinated, you got a PDF file, or you got a, immediate thing which in 5-10 minutes, maybe a little bit later, half an hour, you got that you're vaccinated. In the United States, they got a piece of paper. 2 billion vaccination shots done at the size and scale, something that is incredible. Few other things which I think is also important, right? And Devesh, seeing Devesh reminded me of his bank. Today, HDFC is $120 billion market cap. Just to understand that is 5 times or 6 times Deutsche Bank's valuation. That is more than the Citibank's valuation, right? It's an incredible story. Indian bank, completely Indian bank, run by Indians, right, doing that. 25% of Google's manufacturing is going to move into India. 25% of Google's manufacturing. Google already not Google. My apologies. Apple. 25% of Apple's manufacturing will move into India, and Apple already in India is more than 50,000 crores. But that's a very small number for them. They will actually be, more than probably about $50 billion. That's their 50 billion from India. So, you clearly see, where the country is actually growing. And of course, if you clearly see, different people, whether it is Microsoft has committed to 150 billion into India, Google's done 10-12 billion, Amazon has done 15 billion. You see the big companies, they're all investing into India. So, so we're doing something right. But most importantly, we've moved away not just from services to actually manufacturing. So the semiconductors, right, the defense, you are seeing now many more parks coming in. Pharma, I think we are the pharmacy of the world. Of course, taking pharma beyond, for example, generics, I think is one thing that is very important as well. But now I'll talk a little bit about the third or the fourth trend really in terms of AI. I think Devesh has spoken a lot about it, so I really don't need to do it, but I thought I'll give you a few examples because at the end of the day, it's about how you make your business more productive, right? I think that is very, very important. So let me give you a few examples, Indian examples, not overseas examples. So Unilever, for example, today does something called commodity price forecasting. That basically means that I'm able to procure any commodity, and commodity, most of you are entrepreneurs here, commodities have a significant amount of fluctuation. So the ability to buy better, that means the ability to buy tomorrow or day after or 5 days later or 1 month later, can have a big impact on your profitability. So when we did this project with Unilever, and you know, Unilever is known as the best buyers. I mean, they believe they're the best buyers. So they said, what will a machine teach us? I mean, machine ko kya aata hai? I have 25 years of experience in Unilever. Are you telling me that you'll teach me how to do business? Right? And we said, we'll do parallel. You do whatever you do, we'll do with the machine. And the accuracy level of the machine is 97%, the human being is 82%. Right? So that means, am I able to buy better? Because what you use technology is the ability to say, can I do things much better? So today you have Seat, which is right here in Mumbai. Seat is now thinking of how to sell a tire per kilometer, not to sell tire as a capex, not at 50, 60,000 rupees, but can I sell tire per kilometer? But that will depend on which terrain, which driver, which fleet, and all of IoT devices connected will help you. So things like that. Or you have Piramal Glass here. There were 400 people in Piramal Glass. You know what was their job? Their only job is when the glass comes out, it's hot, it's done at some very high temperature. They would wait for it to cool. They look up, they look down, they look everywhere to see a defect. 400 people were only doing this. Now with visual inspection, you don't need the 400 people. You actually made it much more faster, and you're able to identify defect, including the mold that is causing the defect, rather than just looking at things like that. So it was very interesting when the Seat thing happened. There's an interesting aspect, which is to say that if there is rain in a particular village in Malaysia, rubber prices will increase. All the people, I mean, these are experts, they've been spending 30, 40 years. They weren't aware of this fact, but it's just intelligence. So how do you use AI or any technology? Ultimately, it is run by human beings to actually give you a comparative advantage before somebody else comes in and disrupts your business. I think that's very important. So if you really look at India from the demographics, from the kind of talent that we have, from the political will that we have, I mean, governments may come, governments may go, but I think we have moved in a particular direction that is not reversible. We'll have a few things, state elections, we'll have free this, free that, but largely we're okay on the track. And when you see the younger children, younger kids, I think it's an incredible talent. They are much more smarter than we ever were, and I can tell you this. And they will do massive amount of innovation, and therefore, when you support them from startups, when you support them in those kind of things, do support them, because this is the future. The only thing that I will tell to the younger folks here, just as advice, you are much more smarter than I ever was, but the only thing which I see sometimes in you is the resilience is not as strong. What do I mean by that? One hard review, one bad performance review, one love gone astray, you melt down. And that is very important, because resilience is extremely important. Extremely important. Courage is extremely. Leadership, you can have all the degrees from MIT and Harvard and everybody else, but leadership ultimately is about having a lot of courage and to keep moving forward, right? Irrespective of what happens moving forward. And Indians, we are in that, I think we have a lot of resilience. So India is in a good state, great time to invest, right, and great time to sort of reap a lot of benefits. This country is, we've always said this is the decade of India, but I genuinely believe this is the decade of India. I think India is going to do something special. India is going to lead the world as well, and with a kind of talent and the entrepreneurs, right? The most important thing is India is a country of entrepreneurs. This is not China, right? China is bigger, massive, no doubt about it. They can crush us in terms of everything else. But India has the entrepreneurial spirit. And now coming back to the Bunts community, I mean, when I was doing, my CA, of course, and I'm so happy to see so many chartered accountants here, because when I was doing my CA, everybody said, the worst possible people, those are the only ones who do CA. Doctors, engineers, that was the ones which most people were at that time. And then, of course, my father's generation were bankers and hoteliers, right? So So it was just about that. But now we see the diversity of people into different industries. And my view is, forums like these are very good for networking. I mean, you'll be surprised, I don't know how many of you know, but investors in Uber, Microsoft was actually an investor in Uber. Apple was an investor in Uber. Srinath, my friend here, is from telecom. I mean, in telecom, Vodafone, Idea, and Airtel collaborated together. These are competing firms. These are competing firms. Here, you are as a part of the community, and that's very important. That how you help each other, because there's one community, right? One of the probably the most successful communities in the world, right, is the Jewish community. Financial services is really dominated by the Jews, I mean, in some sense, right? But it's about working together, helping each other, right? Not unfairly, but fairly. And today's world is not a world of singularity. Today's world is a world of partnerships and ecosystems and alliances. So there's nothing about just having a partnership. I mean, a building firm and an AI firm, a building firm and a financial services firm, they're two different things, but they can bring a lot of value together. So how do you, as the members, start working towards that? I know, if things haven't changed, but at least in Karnataka, I know that most of the Bunts would contribute a lot to the temples and other things. I think it's good to contribute to temples, but I think you are entrepreneurs. You are creating the India of tomorrow. You have to create the jobs, and India will become massive. Even today, with our GDP, 2/3 is still from domestic demand. That's not the case in many export-oriented countries. We think we're export-oriented, but 2/3 comes from India. It's a massive opportunity to create employment, and really also make some changes in Karnataka, which is all our home country, in some hometown, I would say, in spite of the fact that you may be in Mumbai, really large, one of the largest banks in India. And he said, "Oh, you're a Bunt," and I said, "Yeah, I'm a Bunt." He says, "Very entrepreneurial people," and that is the truth. People do look at us as entrepreneurial people. So, please leverage that. Do something. This is a great initiative, the IBCCI. I think fantastic. So, all the best. Thank you very much for hearing me out, and happy to hear any questions, or otherwise we can take questions later, whichever way. Thank you.
Hello. Romal, it's a real pleasure listening to you. A lot of insights you gave us, right from UP being the #1 in terms of downloads. We thought UP was all Angutacha, but the amount of downloads. And one point which you just brought about our home state, Karnataka. So we already, as a Chamber of Commerce, we already made a delegation to the CM's office, in terms of improving ease of business. As of right now, what's happening is most of the people have migrated to Bombay, wherever, Gujarat. So we just go most of the time into our home state for temples, religious function, spiritual tourism. So there's a great opportunity, and they come back, investment is across the country. One of the problems is actually about the ease of business. While we say home state and all, there's no ease of business. You also confirm the same. So in our delegation, we seek your presence also, being part of Deloitte. It will help get some investment, get some employment into a home state. Why do people have to move out? So we seek you to be part of a delegation, like our president and vice president have already said. We want you to be part of our advisory board. As a CEO of Deloitte, as a Bunt person, we're really proud of you, and we would like to make use of your good offices there to see how we can actually facilitate ease of business. We would like you to see, how you can actually support us in that. Thanks.
No, absolutely. Happy to support. Like I said, I think, absolutely happy to support. We still have a lot of work to do with the politicians, not the easiest ones in Karnataka, but I'm sure that you have better persuasive skills, so I will, of course, happily be supporting you.
Thank you so much, Romal. Thank you. Kishan Anna?
Mr. Romal, you said India has a very bright future. and you can invest and all that. Now 2024 election is coming. By chance, the scenario changes. Modi happens to lose and somebody, that so-called coalition comes. Will it make any difference?
It will make a difference, but from an economic perspective, just in terms of the broad policies, everything else, there won't be too much reversals. There will not be. I mean, they will not come back and say we should not do semiconductors, we should not do defense corridors, we should not do. So, economic perspective, it will largely be there. We may go a few steps back and we may have a little bit of a populist thing. That could happen. That could happen. But I still, both parties, irrespective of whichever come from, I think economically we will not go fully backwards. So I'm pretty confident of that. You never can never trust the politicians, but at least I can say that hopefully they'll not let us down.
Hi Ramal, I think it's a wonderful session. You covered business, you covered community at large, and maybe networking sessions. But as late as yesterday, I read the newspaper about AMD, Foxconn, and our Indian companies who wanted to have collaborative theory with the US companies end up, breaking those M&A, and they are coming into this on their own. Is there such thing is happening, migrating big way? Looking at, you followed which company I'm talking about. So initially, our Prime Minister and the delegates have gone to US and all over the places, and the stock market has hit with all-time high. Knowing the news about that, there's a big news about semiconductor market, and this company is growing big. And all of a sudden, this news comes in, and the particular script is falling for 8 to 10%. And after a week or so, the promoter is selling the stake as well. So quite disturbing era is coming up. Is that something happening very many times? And what needs to be as a investor community, as well as is there any way, such kind of things could be a learning trail for us?
Sure. Okay, so a couple of things. I think since you're referring to semiconductors, just so that everybody has a view, there are only 6 countries in the world who actually have expertise of semiconductors. Even within those 6 countries, not everybody has end-to-end manufacturing capabilities. In fact, end-to-end, nobody actually has end-to-end, right? Of course, the Intels and the others of the world, but there is manufacturing technology coming in from different parts of the world. So out of these 6 countries, now the company that you are referring to, and I would always say as investor and others, I don't do investments, so I'm not the expert there, but I understand companies well, is to do a lot of research. This particular company, this Indian company, had no expertise at all. What was the expertise? The expertise was that I will facilitate things and get good for you, and the government was giving close to 60% subsidy, between 30 to 60% subsidy. Just so that everybody knows, one semiconductor unit requires $8 billion investment, one. So that means every unit of semiconductors is $8 billion into X, Y, Z, right? So the whole idea was that if you get 60% from the government, and from your foreign investor you get 20 or 30%, and I have to give 10%, then it's a great proposition. So sometimes people try to do the funny things. So reading is very important to understand, do they really have, and in fact here in this case, even the foreign company that they got, they're good at many other things, but they're not good at semiconductors. They also don't have end-to-end technology. So it was, if you were in the space of this, you would have known that this alliance would not be able to manufacture, right? So I would just say that that's what I would give a simple, without naming that company, but is to read a little bit, because otherwise that's what happened. But on a broader scale, no, such M&As don't happen. Yes, as far as, when states go, like in the UP or, different states go and they sign MOUs and they say 33 lakh crores, 100 lakh crores. So you have to be a little careful of those, because not all of those get into an agreement. But in UP, for example, 33 lakhs was announced, 10 lakhs got signed, 10 lakh crores, right? So, you clearly see a difference also. So, but.
Hello, I am Shetty, and I'm a student. So my question is, why is it so difficult to create brand loyalty in India? That most of us in this room might know. Before 2014, we all were divided into Airtel, Vodafone and Idea. Once Jio came, we all shifted. Tomorrow if Adani brings a SIM, we'll again jump. So why is it so difficult to do that in India? Why are there no loyal customers? Leaving alone Tata or Apple, why are there no other companies having that kind of brand loyalty?
So Indians are, Indians value sometimes frugality, and Indians want value for money sometimes more than anything else, right? So that is why you clearly see, for example, Jio. But having said that, and Srinath is somewhere here since he's telecom, and I used to do a lot of work in telcos. You'll be surprised that when it comes to high ARPU customers in India, they still haven't, the first phone is still Airtel. It is actually not Jio. So there is clearly, but you've raised a fundamental question, which is, are we creating brands that can really get loyalty? Tatas clearly have that, in certain areas they do have that. But that's what as a country that we need to do. We need to create that loyalty, and it comes with trust. It comes with a lot of trust. Brands that they trust, they will not leave. But we're still, because we're still a young country, we're still a young democracy, so it'll take some time. So in your lifetime, surely it'll be done. Okay. Sorry, yeah.
When you look at the perception about the world, about India, and the happiness index in particular, we rank very less. We're very low in the triple digits, in about 145, 147 number. Is that a kind of a revenge tactics of the world against India, or is that the case? So, because everywhere, if someone comes and talks, they talk good about India. The Indians also talk good about India. We are the manufacturing hub. We are doing a lot of good things. Everything is fine. But whenever this index or whenever these comparisons happen, we are still a developing country. We are still not ranked in the developed economy. Sometimes there's a kind of an oxymoron kind of a thing. There are two opposite kind of a thing. You're confused, like whether we are still in that league, or whether we are made up to that level, or is there a way to go for us before we actually reach that level?
Yeah, so okay, I think a great question. Two things. One is some of the ratings, there are certain biases in the ratings as well. So there are clear biases. It has been identified by Western scholars, not just Indian scholars. It has been identified. So this happiness index and others not necessarily is a reflection, not necessarily. Having said that, there is a time in every country where, unfortunately, we have to work much more harder. We have to study much more harder. If you send your children to IIT, really, are they happy? I mean, these are kids who go through some serious stress, right? And in the number of exams that we have, and a very small percentage get into AIMS or something else. I mean, today an AIMS or IIT is more difficult than Harvard. So, and all our parents, we struggled, they struggled to do something else. Our kids are much more comfortable, I would say. So it's also a question of a lot of hard work having to happen to some extent that sort of stops you from being happy as well. What I mean is, as an entrepreneur, you can't sit back and say, I'm contented now, I've built a business, now let me sit and let me just enjoy. You're going to keep building new things. And when you build, and the country is so many entrepreneurs, it's a lot of hard work. When you, in Bhutan, for example, you're not going to do anything. You're not investing anything, you're not building anything great. I mean, no disrespect to Bhutan. So they are the #1 happy country as well. So, but having said all of that, and just so that you know, I have a chief happiness officer on my exec. And the whole idea is that, we will work hard, we will do a lot of things, but we need to have a little bit more joy. So we also need to have a little bit more joy other than just only watching Bollywood movies. So yes. Sorry, I think there's one question there. I think there's a Yeah, see this whole thing around global warming is significant, is really significant. That's why I said when I'm talking about the risks in the last 3 years being more than 100 years, one part is climate change. You are seeing massive amount of seawater erosion happening. You are seeing people losing property, and it's happening at a regularity, at a significant regularity. So now agriculture fields are becoming completely barren. So you're not going to have food. It has massive implications for trade, for economy and others. And I don't think the seriousness was there. I mean, and you had Donald Trump as the president who just was a complete disaster when it came to this. But the country, our country as well, and we have to grow. The important thing is, how do you grow? Because when you grow, you use chemicals, you use things, it will create this thing. How do we make it much more sustainable is a challenge. And I can tell you, we did a survey because every CEO said by 2040, 2050, we'll become net zero. The honest truth is nobody had a clue how exactly they'll get to net zero. So it is a big challenge, one of the biggest challenges of thing. But the good part is, I think there is a recognition now, and our younger generation is much more sustainable conscious, much more sustainable conscious. Okay, I think we've taken a lot of time, so thank you very much.
So requesting you to be please on stage for a little more while. And thank you once again for gracing this evening with your presence. It was truly an honor to hear you. And for felicitation, I would like to call upon once again our President, Mr. K.C. Shetty on stage, our Vice President, Mr. S.B. Shetty, and all our office bearers. I would request everyone to come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Romal Shetty, as we know, is an accomplished leader serving as the Chief Executive Officer of Deloitte South Asia. He is also a valued member of Deloitte Global Executive Committee. With over 2 decades of experience, Mr. Romal has steered extensive transformation initiatives spanning across 40 countries for both Indian and global. Thank you so much, sir, once again for joining us. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, well, I would not take much of your time as we are running a little short of time. I would like to call upon our next speaker. Mr. Anil Shetty is a qualified chartered accountant from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He is not only a financial expert, but also the visionary behind Voco Capital in Mumbai and Metaphor Technology Solutions, LLC in Dubai. Mr. Anil Shetty impact goes beyond numbers. He has pioneered various services to empower and transform individuals, offering workshops for a wide range of groups, including corporate professionals, students, parents, teachers, and even Mumbai police trainees. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together while I call upon our next speaker, Mr. Anil Shetty.
Hello? Suriane? Okay, 8th time unde nada. How much time do I have? 20 minutes? So it's 8:35. So 8:55, you're not going to listen to me, yeah? 8:55. Namaskara Purakligla. Must serious I am actually. My name is Anil Shetty. We are very, very serious. May I request everybody to get up, please? Please. All right. May I start with Shairi here? एक introduction but chumul. And Shairi chumul pode. Okay. वो दरियाई क्या जिसमें नहीं रवानी, वावा पंत जर्निगुल. वो दरियाई क्या जिसमें नहीं रवानी, जब जोश ही नहीं है लल्ला तो काई की जवानी. All right. So can we all laugh, please, for tulud pan pade. So can we all laugh, please? If you don't have any reason to laugh, look at me and laugh, please. Okay? All right. 1, 2, 3. And nobody's laughing. Today, panoda pun nikal telpule, nikal bulpare panpina agatteji. Telpareng panoda ondandu. Can we give a big hand to IBCCI and the entire board team here? Now this clap in a scale of 10 to 100, this is only 30. Can we clip at 50, please? Can we clap at 50? 60, 80, 90, 100. All right. Thank you very much. Please, Yannigal and Lakka. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for this wonderful, and Radhinimisha already covered. My name is Anil Shetty, and thanks to Pradipana for giving this amazing opportunity. I think he has recommended strongly up against a lot of other things. So thank you very much, Pradipana, and the entire team for giving me this amazing opportunity to talk about limitless you. All right, I'm going to share a story here. Raddu Urdagul Pater undu peru. Urdagul Pater naga, onji jana pan peru. Sorry for all the non-Tulu audience, Mishaji, just bear with me. So our pan peru, last onji tingalu nunchi, Keynote kappu nayi barandunnundi. Keynote kappu nayi barandunnundi. And onji tingalu nunchi nidrine jejjanu barpun kappu nayi mul. Ejjad. Aika our better pan peru, at kappu nayi ire barandundu, your syndicate bankers mean loan gaidara. So, you know, this. So basically, can we have some laughs, as Romal sir beautifully said, that we are technologically advanced. So there was this gentleman, Dalal Street, Bombay Stock Exchange. He was begging like this. So the gentleman from US came there and he said, why are you begging like this? He's like, so business is doing very well. I've opened another branch. See, nobody's laughing here. So there's another gentleman. He said, I've seen you somewhere. I've seen you somewhere. And that beggar says, yes, sir. Actually, I'm your Facebook friend. So we are technologically advanced, but human mind innovation nahi hua hai, right? And that's where this potential, as beautifully said, that we are really technologically advanced. Unfortunately, the AI and everything, with due respect to all the technology, today, we are not using technology. Technology is using us. Technology is using us. It's great if we use the technology, but if technology is using us, then there's tremendous amount of stress. So here, the topic which I'm covering is empowering mind. How many people know what is mind? I need interactions. Agar nahi hoga to fir main idhar hi rok deta hu. What is mind? Don't know. What is mind? Okay, consciousness. Sorry? Ability to think, great. Much more answers. Each side se answer aa raha hai. What is mind? Can you see mind? Can you see mind? Or can you hear my voice? Yeah, but can you see it? No, it's there. It's there. Gravity. You put it down, it'll go down because there is gravity. But can you see gravity? No. No, right? But there is gravity. So similarly, the mind is basically in the form of pictures, thoughts, images, feelings, sab kuch hai. Mind kahan pe hai? Yahan nahi. Pure body pe. How many people are shaking their legs here now? Right? You abruptly stopped when I said, yeah? You just stopped it, right? So we are unaware of our unawareness. How many people are here? I could see physically. But mentally, how many people might be thinking, right? So now we are never there in the now. And what is the state in which we are there? We don't know. We are unaware of our unawareness. Right? So we are not happy with what we have. Why? Because we are in the pursuit of having something else. Right? So here, how many people have this clarity? So this whole of I'll skip this. What do you see here? What do you see here? So which one is the? ये क्या? Light, laser light. हाँ ये है ना. क्या दिख रहा है आपको यहाँ पे? Lady? Sorry, lady? How many people could see parrot here? Parrot, parrot. Right? It's not a parrot actually. There's this lady sitting on the log. Can you see? आपको face दिख रहा है? ये उसका hand है. It's a leg, right? So, when you see superficially, there is a parrot. But when you go deeper into it, there is a lady on the log. So, do we have clarity in whatever we do? It's fantastic. We all are dignitaries. बहुत अच्छा है. But do I know that the person who's running this business, और ये जो भी कर रहे हैं, उसका state क्या है? Do we have the clarity? Do we have the clarity? Ladies and gentlemen, yeah. Actually, it's only gentlemen. I could not see any ladies. Yeah, few ladies actually. Right? So we must know today, are we victim to our mind or a victor of mind? So there is this Mullah Nazruddin. You know Mullah Nazruddin? He's a Sufi mystic. वो कहता है, he was crying because one of my uncles died. And he was crying. And that uncle left $1 million. And he was crying. And there is this friend who was consoling him. What happened? Why are you crying? He was actually 95 years old. 95 years old, he left $1 million and he's crying. The friend was like, it's okay, he has lived his life. 95 years ho chuka hai, $1 million aapko mil chuka hai. Relax. He's like, then Mullah said, no, actually, what the thing is, there's another uncle who died who left $2 million for me. And he was 90 years old. Now this friend is very confused. 95 years old, 1 million, 90 years, $2 million. What's wrong with you? You just enjoy. He's like, no, you don't understand my problem. Mullah says, my problem is, the other uncle who died was 80 years old. He left $5 million. Now this friend is utterly confused. Kya problem kya hai iska? He's like, no, the Mullah says, no, you don't understand. My problem is, there are no more uncles to die. There are no more uncles to die. And that's the state in which, chahiye, hame chahiye. Of course, we must plan for the future. We must take reference from the past. But we must live in the present with what we have. Unfortunately, I'm not saying that we should not eye for something else. You eye for something else, but be happy. You're in Honda City, you want to buy BMW, buy. But be happy in Honda City, but you're miserable in Honda City. How many people are we comfortably miserable in our AC room today? Why? Because today I've got $100 million. I want to achieve $200 million. That's okay. But you be happy with $100 million. We are searching for what is missing in our life. Do you agree? I really don't want to give a gyan here because I'm not here to share anything. I'm sharing whatever I'm sharing today. You know everything. What is the difference? Just that I'm trying to make it aware, because if you are aware of this particular thing, then there is clarity, and you will not be victim. You will be a victor. Like today, let's give a right example. When the time is ticking in, what is the state of the anchor? Oh my God, time ho raha hai. Kaise roke speaker ko? Were you going through that stress? No, not really. She's saying no. So what's happening actually? So can we check on us exactly what's happening now? What's my state? Because if we cannot bring that state from disempowering to an empowering state, and you try to search for solution, what will happen? The solution will be miserable only, because when one beggar meets the other beggar, only beggary increases, right? So, जब हम physically बीमार होते हैं, तो हम क्या करते हैं? दवा लेते हैं, rest लेते हैं, and you become better, and then you go for the job, isn't it? We take a leave. But when we are psychologically ill, what do? We are not trying to get up to the empowering state and take a solution. Do we do that? The question is, how do we do that? Say wow. Say wow. अगर आप low feel करते हैं, like for example, whatever I'm sharing, you're not getting it, say wow. Can you say wow? Wow. Right? I don't understand what this guy is speaking. Say, आज मेरा बीवी के साथ झगड़ा हो गया है. That's called paristhiti and manosthiti. That's called paristhiti and manosthiti. If the paristhiti is good, my manosthiti is awesome. Wow, I am great. If my paristhiti is not good, my manosthiti has gone for toss. Look at this. जब मेरा बच्चा रोता है, दिल में दर्द होता है. जब मेरा बच्चा रोता है, दिल में दर्द होता है। जब पड़ोसी का बच्चा रोता है, सिर में दर्द होता है। जब मेरी बीवी रोती है, सिर में दर्द होता है। जब पड़ोसी की बीवी रोती है, दिल में दर्द होता है। Look at this, Paristhiti. That's the reason my wife didn't come. Romal sir, she was chatting with Romal sir that my hubby Anil is coming, please, if you could meet him. So if training doesn't go, I will come for the job there, sir. I worked with JP Morgan, the names you've taken, Accenture. I was with Nomura, finally said Tata bye-bye to my corporate world, and finally in front of you. And thanks to Pradeep sir, Heritage, who has given me an amazing opportunity for this training, right? So whatever I could do. So it's 8:46 here, another 9 minutes I have. So what's our inner talk today? When you're low, your inner talk is negative, right? Isn't it? It's negative, inner talk. Look at this. I'm worthless, I'm stupid. The resilience, so Diwakar sir has beautifully said the resilience factor, sir, aapne bataya, the resilience factor. But today, we get bogged down by conditioning. Conditioning. What is the conditioning? जो society बोलते हैं, we take it personally, and if you get failure, I think failure after failure, failure after failure, you did it. Can we give a big hand to Diwakar sir, please? But लोगों के views change होते रहेंगे. अगर आप लोगों के, दुनिया का एक ही रोग क्या कहेंगे? लोग. So this conditioning happening, you run the business and all startup entrepreneurs here, आप शुरू करते हैं, जैसे कभी कुछ लोग बोलते हैं, then you feel bogged down. Now look at this story. लोगों के view को ज़्यादा seriously ना ले. ये story है, एक बंदा बहुत प्यास लगता है उसे. I'll mix it up in Hindi, English, Telugu. Is that okay, sir? Okay. Can we say wow? Dala energy baron this jeng nigalda. My correct. Once jana, there was this guy who was very, very thirsty. बहुत प्यास लगता है उसे और दूर के बिल्डिंग में जैसे लोगों का व्यू कैसे चेंज होते हैं देखिए दूर से वो बंदा उसको बॉटल दिखाता है और जैसे ये बॉटल देखता है इज वेरी वेरी हैप्पी वो somebody is very very kind वो मुझे पानी पिला रहा है तो बिल्डिंग के नीचे जाता है प्यासा वहां पे और वो रुकता है लेकिन वो बिल्डिंग के नीचे आने के लिए जब वो जाता है दिखाता है बोलते हैं अरे ये देव मानुस है कितना अच्छा बंदा है मुझे प्यास लगा है और मुझे पानी दे रहा है लेकिन उसको बिल्डिंग से नीचे आने के लिए 20 मिनट से ज्यादा लगता है तभी वो बोलता है कैसा बंदा है पानी नहीं पिलाना तो क्यों बुलाया he talks negative about that person right? वो जैसे ही नीचे आता है after 20 minutes he's like very furious he took almost 20 minutes to come down he's like नहीं मुझे लगा आपको प्यास लगा तो मैं थोड़ा नींबू पानी भी बना लूं नींबू पानी भी बना लो he's like वो wow such a देव मानुस he is see उसका व्यू चेंज हो गया such a देव मानुस he is और फिर वो निकलता है और जैसे ही नींबू पानी पीता है उसमें शक्कर ही नहीं रहता है वापस उसको गाली देता है वो कैसा आदमी है पानी देना नहीं था नींबू पानी अगर ऐसे ही देना था क्यों दिया उसने फिर वो धीरे से बॉटल निकलता है मुझे लगा आपको ब्लड डायबिटीज वगैरह होगा शुगर होगा इसलिए मैंने उसमें शुगर नहीं डाला था आप जो है अभी शुगर डाल सकते हैं अगेन दिस गाइस देव मानुस है व्हाट विल हैपन टू दैट पर्सन नाउ लाइक फैंटास्टिक व्हाट अ बिग ग्रेट पर्सन इज डू वी गो थ्रू दिस ఈ రెడ్డే మల్తరడా జనుకు రెడ్డే పనిపేరు రెడ్డే మల్త జరడా how many people go through this దేవేర్ నుంచి ఇంత మంచి మారే దేవేర్ నుంచి ఇంత మంచి and suddenly you do 99 good things and one bad thing you do you ಏನಾಪುಂಡು ಇನ್ನ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ದಾದೆ ಗೋವಿಂದ isn't it does that happen acha is it something new I am sharing here no the only thing is we are unaware of our unawareness isn't it right so here all the conditioning which is making us disempowering so if you want to make a limitless you it's basically we need to be more and more aware and be less reactive can we play Sunil Shetty's video please because in the Bunts program I can Sunil Shetty sarna video kanne nigale okay nama disempowering uppanaga whenever we are in disempowering state we normally don't act we react let's look at this video and let's understand what I'm trying to drive here so Sunil Shetty please ये टाइम आपको ऐड करना पड़ेगा wonderful video there how many people have watched border movie Okay. Was it an action or reaction? What was the observation? Sorry, it's already 8:52. मेरे पास 3 ही minute है. I don't know what to do here. 10 minutes more? Okay. Wow, can we give a big hand, Vice President, sir? Can you have 10 minutes? Yeah. All right, was it an action or reaction? Anyway, what was the observation? Nikal panle, nikal dala panun te jariye na panode anbaka. Pradipana. Heritage the employee nikal boarding. Observation, sir. Huh? Overacting. A big hand to the person who said. Determination, resilience, yeah. Anyway, overacting Malaji, that was not the observation. So the thing is, I am a kite in it. When you put something heavy on it, right? Now tell me why the hell that Pakistan army guy took that tanker back? Marlag. I altip de sida shoot mal puditne. Maltje there. It is so simple. From outside I could say, idiot he is. He should have shooted him and tanker को पीछे लेना ही नहीं चाहिए था. जब तक pressure गिरेगा नहीं, वो फटेगा ही नहीं. But उसने ऐसा क्यों किया? In the hustle and bustle of life, namala anchene. Battlefield namma presence of mind lose apun. You know, we lose our presence of mind, we lose our awareness. In the hustle and bustle of, we are also do like that. We do react, and finally say then sorry after one couple of days. Spouse ka jab jagda hota hai, bachcho ke saath hota hai. Do we do that? We do it because we are unaware at that time. That's called presence of mind, and that's where MS Dhoni has really played a great role. In the hustle and bustle of the match, he's like very cool, Captain Cool. Right? So that was a reaction. What do we need to do? Reaction or action? Action. But how do we do our action? Actually, I'm going to show the correlation of action to our values here. It was very important, and this is coming from one of the greatest life coaches, Anthony Robbins. Right? Here we go. Action, number action is correlated to thoughts. Thoughts correlated to values, and values correlated to beliefs. I'm going to give an example here. I really don't want to give a big jargon here. Great to see you, sir. We have seen now all your videos, actually. Wow, thank you very much. It's fantastic to see you, sir. So, number action. I'm going to give an example. Normally, whenever you want to change action for a long-term solution, we know what we do normally. Change your thoughts and you do a different action. Like I'm going to give an example here. A person who's alcoholic there's some thought on alcohol, but that thought is connected correlated to values and belief. What is the belief and value? E payan Ganga sara par pe adine na manda shanti pun. Engdala budidina kich kich kenuji. You know, there is this value is attached that whenever I drink alcohol, I feel very peaceful, and that action is correlated to his belief. But most of the people, they try to change their thought. They try to change their thought and change their action. Ijji, pattu dinod bukka. Nanayan Gangasara Parpuji. Elled bukka and Gangasara Parpuji. I change my thought. I will not drink alcohol for next whatever weeks. Then, Shravan chal raha, I think, yeah. But after 10th day, 11th day, he will again go back to his action because he changed his action using his thought. But our underlying values and beliefs have not changed. That when I drink alcohol, I feel peaceful, I feel joyful. That belief and value has not changed. And that's the reason whatever change he does with the thoughts will be very, very temporary unless and until he changes his values and beliefs. Yeah. Now, why I'm saying this? Because it's a very important topic actually I wanted to drive. So today, this can be done only by changing values and beliefs. But here, vichara change maltudu, action change maltudu, that's going to be very temporary, right? Now the question is, how do I do that? How do I do that? The pain and pleasure. Yeah. very, very powerful concept to make yourself limitless. Agar, if you want to do any action, if that action is not backed up by beliefs and value system, then it's going to be, very short-term action. So here, if you want to be limitless and empowering mind, you must take this. And as beautifully said, today's young generation, the resilience factor is very less. So, I'm going to give an example of gym here. If you want to reduce 20 kg weight, anybody wants to reduce the weight? I'm going to give you a technique here. Okay? Now, 20 kg mujhe weight reduce karna hai, so what short-term pain I have to go through? I should get up early, I do workouts, I should not eat pizza, burger, vagera, vagera. So if I take this short-term pain, what will I achieve? Long-term pleasure. What is the long-term pleasure? I will have a great body, confidence, amazing feeling. But instead, I don't want to do that change, short-term pain. Because if I have to go for the short-term pain, what I have to do? I have to forego my short-term pleasure. What is the short-term pleasure? Late night sleep, disco, pizza, burger, vada pav, samosa pav. I have to inka burudao, right? And if I don't do that, and if I continue with my short-term pleasure, what will happen? That will get into long-term pain. What is the long-term pain? Obesity, diabetes, blood pressure, and whatnot. So this concept, this awareness, I'm going to share this with an example. Okay? The example I'm going to share. The example is, in a village, they wanted to construct a temple. So temple construct करने के लिए क्या चाहिए? मूर्ति चाहिए. So the मूर्ति के लिए जाता है, पत्थर ढूंढते हैं, the sculptor, और उसको पत्थर मिलता है, 2 पत्थर मिलता है. Okay? Listen this carefully. And this stone, वो मारना शुरू करता है मूर्ति के लिए. But then the stone starts, screaming, नहीं, मुझे मत मारो, मुझे दुख रहा है, मुझे मत मारो. वो पत्थर, मुझे मत मारो. तो वो क्या करते हैं? बाजू वाला बोलते हैं इसको छोड़ देते हैं, बाजू वाला पत्थर को शुरू करते हैं. But बाजू वाला पत्थर is like, wow, enjoying that pain, hitting and all. And finally मूर्ति बन जाता है. और मूर्ति को लेके जाते हैं, प्राण प्रतिष्ठा करते हैं, और वो मूर्तिकार बोलते हैं इस पत्थर को भी लेके जाओ, जो रो रहा था, उसको भी लेके जाइए. उस पत्थर को भी लेके जाते हैं और वहां पे स्टैंड करते हैं, और मूर्ति के ऊपर हार, fruits, फल सब मिलता है उसे. He's very enjoying. He took that short-term pain, now he is enjoying that long-term pleasure. अभी इस पत्थर का क्या करने का? तो रख देते हैं, इसमें जो भी आएगा नारियल उसमें फोड़ेगा, right? So he didn't take that short-term pain, so he had to go through now long-term pain. Do we feel that all the startup entrepreneurs, resilience factor, which Sir and Sir has said, if you don't take the short-term pain, you'll end up with long-term pain, right? So this awareness will make you limitless and amazing. I'm not going to cover anything else here. So whatever I'm sharing with you is just that be aware of all these little things, and that will make you limitless. Don't worry about it at all. I'm going to give a very powerful tool for you. And the tool is this. Whatever it is, say wow. Yan raddi nimisha jasti ketun me mande machamal purchi. Say wow. Okay. So this is the tool which I'm going to share with you. Do you have a problem? No. Why worry? Why? Worry. Malaji tension unde re? No problem. Ijja? No problem. Acha, do you have a problem? Yes. Can you do something about it? No. Why worry? You have a problem? Can you do something about it? Yes. Why worry? In either case, you don't have to worry and say wow, because you are. Take video hai. Sorry, gentlemen, I had to rush it off. Maaf kar dijiye. But मैं last में एक शायरी बोलूँगा ज़रूर. So mind ka. Can we all say you are all limitless? हम कर सकते हैं सब कुछ? Great.
There's a popular quote going around at the moment. The person you will be in 5 years is based on the books you read and the people you hang around with today. This is quite true, but it applies to everything else as well. The person you will be in the future is based on everything you do today, the people you hang around with, but more so the people you listen to, the opinions you believe, the books you read, or the videos you watch. All the information you take in, positive or negative, will affect your future. The workouts you do or don't do, that will show up in the future. The foods you eat today will affect your future on a visual and energy level. The same is true with your thoughts and information. What you feed your mind will shape your future. If all you do is take in garbage, guess what your future is going to be made up of? Commit to feed your mind with successful thoughts and surround yourself with those who have the same ambition. It doesn't matter where you get your information from. You may read, you may get it from podcasts or videos. It doesn't matter. Just make sure you keep feeding your mind every day. Your future self is begging you to show some discipline. Your future self is begging you not to be like the rest, to learn more than the rest, to work harder and smarter than the rest. Your future self is begging you to do the work now so you can enjoy later. If you don't feed your mind with success, it will rot with mediocrity. What you do every day will dictate your future. What you want out of life, you must put it in. If you want success, put it in there. If you want health and fitness, put it in. If you want peace and happiness, put it in. Your actions will equal your results.
My mind is strong. I am strong. My thoughts are strong. My beliefs are strong. My life is strong. They say I can't. I can. They say I won't. I will. They say I'm not. I am. I am limitless. I am. I am. There's nothing I cannot be. Nothing I cannot do. Nothing I cannot have. In my mind, there are no limits. I am limitless.
Thank you very much. Okay, finally, last 10 seconds. वक्त सभी को मिलता है जिंदगी बदलने के लिए. वाह वाह, प्लीज बोलिए. वक्त सभी को मिलता है जिंदगी बदलने के लिए, मगर जिंदगी दोबारा नहीं मिलती वक्त बदलने के लिए. So please go on. So what we have to do here, sorry, the final. ये नामा पूरा उन बचपन से देख रहे हैं हम. Sorry. Yeah. So हमें ये सिखाया गया है, ये हमें सिखाया गया है, हमें वो करना है. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Well, so your session was absolutely fun, motivating, and informative. And ladies and gentlemen, let's move on, but not without the felicitation. I would like to call upon Mr. Romal Shetty once again on stage, IBCCI President Mr. K.C. Shetty, and our Vice President Mr. S.B. Shetty. Thank you so much, Anil sir. And I would request you all to please be on stage for a little more while as we have 2 more felicitations. And our next guest, ladies and gentlemen, is a remarkable leader and president of Bunts Sangha. We extend our heartfelt felicitation to Mr. Chandrahas Shetty. His dedication and vision have guided our community, inspiring progress and unity. Here's to a leader who lights our path forward with his unwavering commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a round of applause for him? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So there is one more felicitation left. I would request you to be please on stage. And I would like to call upon Mr. Surendra Shetty, President Bombay Bunts Association, Navi Mumbai. With utmost respect, ladies and gentlemen, we felicitate Mr. Surendra Shetty. His leadership fuels a community's growth and solidarity. We applaud his unwavering commitment and exemplary service, which enrich the lives of many. Thank you, sir. And thank you so much for joining us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move on and call upon our next guest, who is our main sponsor, someone who has supported us relentlessly. Please put your hands together while I call upon Mr. Anand Shetty, CMD, Organic Industries.
Friends, this is an honor for me to be on the August gathering here. All the stalwarts of Bunts are here, all entrepreneurs. Since it's an entrepreneur program, I would like to say a few words. Entrepreneur is like a soldier. He can't say sorry anytime. He can't be a failure. If it is a failure, think it is a stepping stone of your success. Now, Mr. Divakar Shetty has, his journey was right from paper to metal to many, many other things. And he has seen a lot of impediments during his journey of the business, but he never lost his heart. He stood. See, one, if you fall anywhere, it's a crime. And if you don't accept and don't take challenge to stand up and walk or run, that is a bigger crime. So what he has done, many times he has fallen, but he has stood up, has built his empire, and today he is one of the most prominent, successful businessmen, industrialists of India. Friends, entrepreneurship is not a small thing. You cannot be an entrepreneur without any experience. If you start any enterprise without any experience, it is like driving a car without knowing driving or without having a driving license. You will meet with an accident. You must engage yourself with some companies, some organizations for at least 2 years and be a master of some subject. You cannot have many industries, many technologies, or many segments. It is not possible in the initial stage. It is possible after 5 years, after 10 years. You may ask how Birlas and Tatas and many companies and Ambanis have many, many companies. Once somebody asked the Tatas, Tata, you don't know about steel. How you make a steel? Then Tata said, I don't know how to make a steel, but I know somebody who knows how to make a steel. So trust on your employees, trust on your subordinates. Treat your employees as your family member. Take ideas from them. You know, I think a small example I will tell you. Once, Colgate-Palmolive wanted to double up, triple up their sales. All those big executives are discussing in the boardroom, and they could not find a sales. Somebody said, invest 100 crore on the advertisement. Somebody said, bring market guru. But this all takes a lot of money, a lot of time. A canteen boy came here. Sir, can I give one small example? So, yes, tell me what example. वो जो ट्यूब दबाते तो आता है ना बाहर, उसको आप बड़ा करो, तो जब भी प्रेस करेगा वो डबल ट्रिपल जाएगा. So suddenly it is true, and they implemented it. Earlier you must have seen about 50 years back the Colgate-Palmolive का वो खोल बहुत छोटा था, अभी तो खोल बड़ा है. All the toothpaste. Now I will tell you, Tata built a Mercedes company has built a very big car. बना दिया, car was ready. They want to take out. How to take out car? फिर बड़े बड़े इंजीनियर्स तो ये काम करेगा, ये बीम है, ये कार तो बाहर तो नहीं जाएगा, तो बीम को ठोड़ डालेगा इसे, बीम को ठोड़ के कार बाहर लेके जाएगा. तो गेट कीपर है, वॉचमैन भाग क्या है, सर डोंट ब्रेक द बीम. गाड़ी का टायर है ना, उसको हवा निकाल दो, गाड़ी बैठ जाएगा, धक्का मारो बाहर जाएगा. डन. That is idea of an ordinary man. I am telling you, anybody can give you idea. Don't underestimate anybody. Don't think of a destiny. Destiny is not going to do anything. Khadi mehnat, intelligence and knowledge. You must have very good intelligent people with you, or consult your guru, consult your shikshak. Shikshak is very great man, I am telling you, guru. If you trust some guru, he will give you idea, or elder people. How? You must be knowing King Dhananand of Magad, 2,400 years back. when Sikandar attacked India, this poor man, Kautilya, or his name is Chanakya also, Kautilya, that's two names. He came and he pleaded, he cried. But the Dhanananda, as you know, Sura and Sundari, he said, no, don't come to me and don't disturb me. Then he pleaded, he cried, he said many things, but Dhanananda was so much proud because of money and because of richness, because of ego, because of, he said, dusra paas mat aao. Then he insulted Chanakya, but Chanakya को उन्होंने क्या बोला कि ये he called his soldiers and इसका poor शिक्षक he is giving me how to rule the country, he is telling me, so इसको बाहर फेंक दो और इसका शिका काटो, he said. ब्राह्मण को बहुत गर्व है. Then Chanakya took a challenge. Chanakya said, तुम्हारा he became very wild. Chanakya said, I will see that I will create an empire better than you. हम शिका वो खुद खोल दिया एंड तब तक मैं शिका नहीं बांधूंगा तब तक तुम्हारा बर्बाद नहीं होएगा. So the poor, poorest poor man of those days, Chanakya, because he had a brain, because he had challenge. You are brave, you are strong, battle half won. Usually in the military, whenever in the military, they give this, those days, they had not the mobile, that walkie-talkie and all. They used to say, oh, opposition party is very strong, the enemies are very strong, very strong, very strong. So ये discourage हो जाता है. भले they got 200 people, the सामने वाला 50 आदमी. Because how to treat a person? If you are brave, you will make your own road and go. Now you have seen one picture of Shetty. So what he said, Shetty, हम तो मरने वाला है कैसा भी. The theme of the story is, हम तो मरने वाला है, चलो वांदा नहीं, 10 आदमी को लेके जाएगा. The theme of the story is, he took that bomb, he put it there, and those people are afraid. अरे वो साला एक आदमी आगे आ रहा है करके. Like, today, आज एक आदमी 26 लोग का 26 पार्टी सामने झगड़ा कर रहा है, तो same story. And somebody said nothing is going to happen. It will happen. It will happen because corrupt mind is all dangerous. First is country. You love your country. You love yourself. You love your family. Then you are strong. But if you are taking, सब कुछ चलता है, चलो चलना दे. All freebies have made Karnataka zero now. Because we Indians have a mindset. हमको सस्ता चाहिए, हमको free चाहिए. No, you must work. Don't give fish to eat. Teach how to catch fish. That is the funda. So entrepreneurs, you have to inculcate ethics. If you have good ethics, good dharma, you will enjoy. Otherwise, you will keep your name Satya, but you do Asatya, then you have to be in the jail. The man who is wearing, used to change 3 suits in a day, he's in the jail. He has to wear the jail suit. The man of the good times, or man of the sky, he enjoyed his life, unethical way, जाके बैठा है उधर, without India's his property. Same thing, the Sahara, हजारों आदमी को सहारा देता, आज बेसहारा तिहाड़ जेल में पड़ा है. So ethics is important, truth is important. Don't try to have a shortcuts. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request you to please be on stage for the felicitation. And once again, I would like to call upon Mr. Romal Shetty on stage, Mr. K.C. Shetty and Mr. S.B. Shetty. Thank you so much, sir. And sir, I would request you all to please be on stage. We have last 3 felicitations left for the day. And now I would like to call upon our co-sponsors. I would request CANB Shetty from Rupee Boss to please join us on stage. Can we please have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, sir. Would you like to say something for 2 minutes?
Good evening to everybody. Namaskara. I think you had a very good speakers, Mr. Romil Shetty, Anil Shetty. They spoke very well. And our community is a very close-knitted community, and as you told, the helping each other and getting together is a great strength. And I'm in Bombay for last almost like 60 years. And I've seen the community growing very well, whether it is the Bunts or our hotel association, even various associations like different places. We have done very well, and I hope the youngsters will be much smarter than us, and the second generation is very smart and hardworking, and we should support them to come up in their endeavors, either in startup or hotel business or whatever the business they are doing, and that they will do it very efficiently. I wish them good luck and all the best.
So, Namaskara. I'm Dr. Ramesh Kumar. I'm with Rupee Boss Financial Services. We thought we'll quickly share about how we can scale up every businesses for all the society community members here. So we have been a leading distributor for all kind of funding, and we are a gateway for 100+ banks and NBFCs. So we help MSMEs to scale up, and we have also launched a platform called MSME Bharat Manch, which is one of our initiatives, which I'd like to share a 2-minute short video. May I have the video, please?
MSME Bharat Manch that gives a powerful punch to all the challenges and provides the ultimate solution to all MSMEs to empower their business growth. MSME Bharat Manch, a nationwide initiative by Rupee Boss, a unique platform that has all the solutions every MSME of our nation would require. To overcome their challenges and become successful. The benefits of onboarding with MSME Bharat Manch outweighs the challenges on a drastic level, giving every MSME the resulting edge to reach their potential. The additional benefits MSME Bharat Manch provides its MSMEs make it the ideal utopian business environment. MSME Bharat Manch stands out on a mission to create the unique one-stop platform for MSMEs to empower, support, and cater to all their enterprise needs to reach their entrepreneurial dreams. Envisioning a future, MSME Bharat Manch extends its reach to MSME growth facilitators to co-create the unique value-added ecosystem to empower MSMEs to scale their business exponentially. To join the MSME Bharat Manch, a nationwide initiative by Rupee Boss.
Thank you so much.
Send your company
we look forward to your
grow.
participation with MSME Bharat Manch, and we'll be happy to scale your business also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And now I would like to call upon our next guest for the felicitation, Mr. Pradeep Shetty from Heritage Group. Can we please have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And once again, I would like to trouble Mr. Romil Shetty, requesting you, sir, to please come on stage, Mr. S.B. Shetty and Mr. K.C. Shetty. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Pradeep, I would request you to please say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. Namaskara. So I'm here to support IBCCI in their initiative, and all the best to the IBCCI. They have taken a lot of effort in assisting youngsters, and they have opened the launch for our youngsters and startups. I'm here to support them. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And our last felicitation for the day, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon Mr. Kishan Shetty from Channel Frieds. Can we please have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for him? And once again, I'm requesting Mr. Romil Shetty, Mr. KC Shetty, and Mr. SB Shetty to join us on stage. Well, congratulations to you. Mr. Kishan Shetty, I would request you to say please few words.
Hi, good evening. I think it's the last person, and no serious talks. Just one message of everyone's presentation here. We as a community, we gathered here with the one purpose. The purpose is our community must grow. My one single point agenda, we have a lot of innovative people in this community, be it Romal, be it many people in the worldwide. There should be somewhere the networking platform where the generation next could reach them, and they can connect to those people, and they too reach one day here, like the way how me or somebody else has come and been felicitated. If this has to reach, there is something we need to work on that. I don't know how Mr. Romal reached this position. It's most prestigious thing, and we are proud of it. We want to see another hundreds, don't you think? I'm sure all of you think on those, right? Today, 10 Shettys are here. I have my community president, Mr. Chandra Shetty is here, and some other Bunts association president is here. A lot of respected people here. It's a great honor for me to say a few words. I'm sure, I will not drag this subject, but one thing I must tell you people, during the corona, post-corona, pre-corona, ADs and whatever we call it as. But I have seen, I did made a presentation as well during the COVID time as well, saying one thing very clear, that do things which is niche in the market. Don't do the same idli dosa in the same wrap. The guy on the other side, the QSR, look at the valuation. You ask those big fours, they will tell you. I could see few of my, some of my friends, I keep troubling them to valuation side. Some names are, I don't want to name them, because ideally, before we could leave from our hometown to Mumbai, we have been called Shettys, means hoteliers. We are not. We have migrated. Yet, we have not done with it. We still have to reach along. We are in the political world. We are aspiration to many of our people here, and many of them, we are in a different verticals to go. But whatever the verticals, I will say one thing, don't be in a generic market. Even in the chemicals, don't be in a generic chemical. You go to a specialty chemical. Hotel, don't be a generic hotel. Go to a specialty hotel. Even the legal profession, so somehow I've been glued to those, fascinated because our family is in the legal world. Go to a specialization in the advocacy. You could see the community of ours in the Supreme Court, High Court, many of the bars. So we have talents. All I need is connecting the dot of these people. Now when I say connecting the dot of these people, who are the people who are supposed to do this torch-bearing thing? One of the things I'm proud to say that it is IBCCI. Big round of applause to Mr. KC Shetty and team. We are the people on the commercial front.
But is it possible for only IBCCI? Definitely not. It is our community, Bunts Sangha, Bunts Association, and people all over. One must have those collaborative theory and culmination of the ideas to bring values to our community. I'm sure this is the only message which I want to give, so that the next generation must have many more role models in this platform. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, sir. And before we end this evening, there is one more felicitation. I would like to call upon our next guest, Mr. Krishna Hegde, and requesting Mr. Romil Shetty, Mr. S.B. Shetty, and Mr. K.C. Shetty to join us on stage for the one last time. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the ex-MLA and spokesperson of Shiv Sena. Thank you so much, sir. Well, here we come to an end of this evening, this wonderful evening. But before that, I would request you, sir, to please say a few words.
Good evening. Nowadays, I've forgotten to speak softly without screaming. Firstly, I should congratulate Mr. K.C. Shetty ji. I think he has taken what was then BCCI, IBCCI to a different level after B.D. Shetty ji. And my father was there in with B.D. Shetty ji as the vice president at that time. And I must congratulate him and his entire team of IBCCI for doing such a enormously great job. I actually came here to the Knowledge Summit because I wanted to learn a few things. And what better than to hear Mr. Romil Shetty, who is today a global CEO from our community and made our community so proud today. I think hats off to him. Congratulations, Romil, for the great, position where you have reached. And I think several of our bunts have gone and taken their industries to a global level, but this is the first bunt who's taken a global industry to us here in India, and hats off to him. Divakar Anna I've been seeing since I was a child, and I've been, he's been a friend of my father, and it was great of him to remember him today. I must say that, he's done us so proud, and the way he spoke, I think my job is at risk now. He really spoke very well, and Anand Anna also gave us a lot of huge tips on how to be resilient, and all the speakers. I missed the first speaker, I think, and Anil also asked us how to be, limitless in the mind. And I thank you, all of you. I think all the bunch today, whether it is arts, culture, films, politics, industry, hotel, every one of you, whoever is sitting here has done such a great job, and our community is so proud of you. Thank you very much. God bless. Jai Hind.
Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I stand before you with immense gratitude and joy as we celebrate today the grand opening of the B.D. Shetty Business Lounge and the Knowledge Summit. This marks a very, very good milestone for us in a journey as a thriving Bunts business community. It's my privilege to deliver this vote of thanks today. I thank B.D. Shetty's son, Jinanath, who has been gracious enough and for any of our members to come and sit in the lounge, network, get mentorship, because we have all the stalwarts here, right? In every line of business, the Bunts are everywhere. I think in politics we didn't have many Bunts, but today Krishnan now is here. I see him so very effectively articulating the government views. Thanks, Krishnan, for being here. So that, like the president just said, you know, there is no charge for the business lounge. We just had an inauguration today, and only requirement is that any member can access it, and even if he's not a member, just a reference by a corporate member, any corporate member can say that, okay, he is my reference, they can use that. Mr. Diwakar Shetty just said, you know, when he started off, they didn't have an address. They had to take a care of address. So this business lounge, what it is actually gives you that care of address. There's so many young startups, right? They don't have a care of address. They start from their residence. So this is a good opportunity with all the facility of a modern co-working space, right? You have a good, lovely conference setup. You have good mentorship possible as a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Mentorship in any kind of industry, be it chemicals, be it hotels, be it as a professions, you know, the chartered accountants, there are real good mentors, you know, many, you know, Bunts stalwarts with us as a member. We are very honored, Mr. Romal Shetty, CEO Deloitte, for being here. It's very privileged, and we feel very, very proud as Bunts to see a Bunt person, a professional at the helm of the affair. We would like you to be, you know, strongly working with our advisory board team in some of our project, and, you know, not just advising the governments, but even our Chamber of Commerce, how to make it more stronger. Divakaranna, very, very lovely, straight from your heart, right? When Casey said, okay, we need to talk about some inspirational stories, you know, I spoke to Divakaranna and said, we want you to, you know, talk. So he said, Srinath, I have failures. I don't have any about failures. So it's actually, I think, very, very important, you know, if you don't have failures, you can't handle failures. If you handle failures, you can be successful. I think that's something to learn about, and not many MBA colleges, IIM colleges, institutions teach you. It's come from his heart. Mr. Kushal Hegde could not come here. He's also wanted to share some of his insight, and in fact, Divakaranna says he was his mentor. So, you know, this kind of inspirational talks, I think if we can pick up some of those insights, right, I think there is every reason for every young entrepreneur to be successful. Our profound thanks to our dynamic Bunt leader, Anandana, always ready to help the chamber, right? No one went and said, okay, we have this function, but he said, I am there. You just go ahead, don't look back. What you guys are doing are really good. He's an advisory board member who keeps pushing us to deliver more. Kishananna, as always, dynamic. Thanks for your support, Kishananna, and the kind of insights which you give every time you speak is amazing and very, very inspirational, Kishananna. Pradipanna, Heritage Builders, just recently joined into our board, and the kind of insights and involvement which he has shown is really amazing. Thanks. NB Shetty, thanks for your support. Right, Rupi Boss, he's one of the founding member of the Chamber of Commerce at that time, right? So he was very happy that we are putting more energy and bringing more newer and newer things into the picture. So he's very happy and supporting us. Thank you so much. Important dignitaries who Harasana, thank you for coming, taking out time. Mr. Surendranath Shetty, Bombay Bunts, thank you, sir. Krishnanna, thank you. Mr. D.K. Shetty, President, the Lawyers Associations, Bunts Lawyers Association, thank you so much. So, last but not the least, I thank each and every one of you who are here today,
who have participated in this event and brought really life and energy into this. And like, I would like to conclude by saying, like what the President and Vice President said, the strength of the organization is the number of members we have. We request, there are many members, there are very non-members. We request who are members, please upgrade to a corporate members, become a corporate members. Who are non-members, do actually become a member. The strength of the organization can really do a lot of work in the field of trade and commerce, and it will provide a phenomenal networking platform for business and trade. Like Romal sir said, you know, Bunts community, good bonding, but if you can convert that into a kind of business, that's really, you know, kind of wonder job that we can do. So thank you everyone. After this, we just have a 10-minute session from one Mr. Shantilal Gulecha, who's also a very, very good motivational speaker, and he has more than 1 million followers. So some of his speech on the YouTube, right, I've heard really, really motivational, lot of stories, lot of insights that he gets into. So may I request Mr. Shantilal Gulecha.
गुड इवनिंग सर। पीछे से यार आवाज नहीं आ रही है। गुड इवनिंग। आप चाहते हैं कि लोग आपसे प्यार करें? अरे यार बोलो तो सही यार, चाहते हैं कि नहीं चाहते हैं? आप चाहते हैं कि लोग आपसे मोहब्बत करें? आप चाहते हैं कि लोग आपकी इज्जत करें? चाहते हैं कि आधे लोगों को अभी भी नहीं लगता कि मुझे चाहना है, लगता है कि नहीं लगता है यार? तो आप चाहते हैं कि लोग आपसे कनेक्ट करें? तो जिंदगी में 5C का ध्यान रखना। कितना? पहला C, डोंट क्रिटिसाइज एनीबॉडी। बिना काम किसी की आलोचना मत कीजिए। आप अपना जी जलाते हो, अगले को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। तो पहला C, डोंट क्रिटिसाइज एनीबॉडी। दूसरा, डोंट क्राई। सुबह उठ के रोना बंद कीजिए। मेरे साथ उसने ऐसा कर दिया, तेरे साथ उसने ऐसा कर दिया। आप अपना जी जलाते हो, अगले को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। और आपने ध्यान दिया होगा, किसी रोंदूर का फोन आता है तो अपने फोन भी नहीं उठाते, है कि नहीं? तो डोंट क्राई। तीसरा, डोंट कंप्लेन। यार ये मेरे साथ ऐसा कर दिया, उसने मेरे साथ ऐसा कर दिया। ये कंप्लेंट करना बंद कर दीजिए। और चौथा है सर, आप मैं सब कर रहे हैं, वो है डोंट कंपेयर। इसके पास मर्सिडीज है, इसके पास 5 BHK है, इसकी औरत गोरी है, इसके बच्चे सुंदर है, इसके बच्चे फॉरेन में पढ़ते हैं। अरे यार कंपेयर करना बंद कीजिए। दुनिया में 800 करोड़ लोग हैं। कितना? और किसी का लेफ्ट हैंड का एक अंगूठा 1 इंच का एक से दूसरे का नहीं मिलता है। तो आप जैसा यूनिक पीस दुनिया में कोई दूसरा नहीं है। आप अपने लिए ताली बजा दो यार। आपके जैसा कोई दूसरा पीस आप देखिए, 800 करोड़, 800 वैरायटी। किसी की रेटिना भी नहीं मिलती, किसी की फिंगरप्रिंट्स भी नहीं मिलती। तो मास्टरपीस बनाया आप लोगों को। तो डोंट कंपेयर। और 5वां है सर, जाते जाते ये जो शानदार आयोजन जिन्होंने किया है ना, उनको कॉम्प्लीमेंट दे देना यार। वो थैंक यू करके उनका पीठ थपथपा देना यार कि आपने क्या शानदार आयोजन किया है। हमने बॉस कॉम्प्लीमेंट देना बंद कर दिया है, हमने मुस्कुराना बंद कर दिया है। हंसिए यार, बिना काम हंसने का पैसा नहीं लगता यार। हम लोगों ने मुस्कुराना बंद कर दिया है, कॉम्प्लीमेंट। आपको 1 साल के लिए बढ़िया नुस्खा देके जा रहा हूं। आप सुबह उठ के बिना काम, बुआ के लड़के को, मामा की लड़की को, अपनी बहन को बिना काम फोन कीजिए। वो पूछेगी कि कैसे फोन किया? बोले तेरी याद आई। आप करके तो देखिए, 1 साल बाद वो सबसे पहले आपको याद करेंगे। क्या बोलना? अरे यार तू साड़ी बहुत बढ़िया पहनती है, तू मिठाई बहुत बढ़िया बनाती है, यार तू दोस्त बहुत बढ़िया। हमने अच्छा कहना बंद कर दिया। तो बॉस पहली बात कॉम्प्लीमेंट देना बंद कीजिए, अपने आप को कॉम्प्लीमेंट देना सीखिए, लोगों को कॉम्प्लीमेंट दीजिए। थैंक यू सर। एक छोटी सी स्टोरी करते हैं, तो कुछ लोग स्टेज पे आ जाएंगे तो स्टोरी कर लेते हैं, या कैसे, मेरे ख्याल से 8-10 जन, 15-20 जन आप आ जाइए। देखिए करोड़ों लोग देखेंगे। एक तो मेरी बात सुनिए, आप जो ऑडियंस में भी बैठे, आपके ऊपर भी एक कैमरा है, तो थोड़ा आप चीयरफुल रहना। देखिए हम थोड़े शैतान भी है, हम जिस चेहरे पे मुस्कुराहट नहीं होते उसको एडिट कर देते हैं। मैं आपको जो है सब बता रहा हूं, तो थोड़ा मुस्कुराइएगा, चीयरफुल रहिएगा। आइए सर, प्लीज कम। आ जाइए कुछ आ जाइए, कोई इश्यू नहीं है, 10-20 जन आ जाइए, आ जाइए प्लीज कम। हाँ देखिए सर, अपने को तो देखो, बाकी ये लोग चीयरफुल, अपने को तो चीयरफुल और बीच में बोलना ही पड़ेगा। आपका बचपन का दोस्त आपको बोलेगा कि यार उस दिन आपको वहां देखा, आप वहां से बड़े सुंदर लग रहे थे, तो आप चीयरफुल रहिएगा और मस्त मजा आएगा आपको। आइए सर। हाँ सर प्लीज। और किसी को आना है तो ज्वाइन करना हो तो प्लीज, नो इश्यू। या यू वांट टू ज्वाइन, प्लीज कम। आ जाइए आ जाइए आ जाइए आ जाइए। देखिए आप सब बिजनेस कम्युनिटी इकट्ठा हुए, तो मैं आपके लिए आज धीरू भाई की कहानी लेके आया हूं। बहुत शानदार, उनके जीवन में क्या क्या चीजें हुई वो चीजें अपने शेयर करेंगे, पर चूंकि लोगों का अटेंशन टाइम 3 मिनट और 16 सेकंड है, तो हमको 3-4 मिनट। चेयरफुल, रेडी? या सेंटर कौन सा है? इधर आए प्लीज, आ जाइए सर, आ जाइए प्लीज कम, आइए। सर अब आप अपने आप को खुला छोड़ दो। हाँ अभी हो गया आपका सेशन, तो हो गया ना, अभी आप तो दूसरे मूड में जाने वाले ही हो। हाँ तो फिर रेडी हो जाइए। जय कृष्णा शेट्टी सर। यस, नमस्कार। यस सर। सर, he has done very good things for Jew Beach. Claps for him sir. आइए सर, प्लीज कम। दूसरा अपना अपने हिसाब से बना लेगा। ये कहते थे रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज के चेयरमैन धीरू भाई, जिन्होंने पूरी दुनिया का बिजनेस बदल के रख दिया। 1932 28 दिसंबर छोरवाड़ गुजरात में उनका जन्म होता है। उसी दिन सर हिंदुस्तान ने 2 रत्न पैदा किए थे, धीरू भाई अंबानी 28 दिसंबर और रतन टाटा 28 दिसंबर। बचपन में साधारण परिवार, पर सर इनके मन में एक ही था कि मुझे कुछ करना है, कुछ करना है। तो आप सोचेंगे जूनागढ़ में भजिया बेचा। जब भजिया बेच रहे तो किसी ने टोक दिया, तो उन्होंने बोला कोई धंधा छोटा नहीं होता है। क्या बोला? कोई धंधा। और वो आदमी निकल के 18 साल की एज में 1950 में एडन में जाते हैं, वहाँ पेट्रोल पंप पे काम करते हैं। काम करते करते गुजराती माइंड दिमाग में सोचा, यमन की करेंसी सिल्वर में थी, तो 100 रुपये जो सिक्के थे ना, उन्होंने देख लिया कि ये तो चांदी के सिक्के हैं, तो पूरी करेंसी लेनी चालू की और उसको मेल्ट किया और वहाँ ब्रिटिशर्स को बेचा। उनको मालूम पड़ा कि 100 रुपये में 125 रुपये आ रहा है, चांदी बेच दी साहब। ये है गुजराती माइंड। और उस आदमी के चक्कर में 3 महीने के बाद यमन की गवर्नमेंट जागी, कह रहे हमारे यहाँ से करेंसी कहाँ गायब हो रही है। तब मालूम पड़ा कि ये लड़का तो करेंसी को मेल्ट करके बेच रहा है। वहाँ से हिंदुस्तान आते हैं, 15,000 रुपये में रिलायंस कॉर्पोरेशन करते हैं। ये आदमी को जो पहला पैसा कमाया ना सर, तो 250 रुपये में ये आदमी 5 स्टार में गया। तो उसके किसी दोस्त ने बोला, यार तू 250 रुपये का कॉफ़ी पी के आया वहाँ पे? तो बोले यहाँ तो चाय मिलती, इसमें तो तेरा घर चल जाता। उसने गया 250 रुपये में जो चाय पीते हैं ना, कॉफ़ी पीते हैं ना, वो क्या सोचते हैं, उनके क्या सपने हैं, वो देखने गया था, चाय पीने नहीं गया था। तो उसका माइंड उस समय भी ऐसा था। वो आदमी यान की तेजी आ रही है, यान का स्टॉक कर दिया कालवा देवी में। उनके दमानी उनके पार्टनर थे, उन्होंने बोला कि यार इतना मत करो। बोले आप रुक जाओ, मेरा कहना मानो। नहीं माना उन्होंने। बाद में धीरू भाई ने स्टॉक किया, जब पैसा खूब कमाया ना, तब उन्होंने बोला था कि अगर बिजनेस करना नहीं आता है तो बीच में डिस्टर्ब नहीं करने का। ये धीरू भाई का सेकंड कोट। आप सोचिए, बहुत ताली बजाते रहिए, मजा आएगा। फिर ये धीरू भाई का कोट था। तीसरा, वहां से निकलते हैं सर, वहां से निकलने के बाद 1966 में रिलायंस किया। रिलायंस करने के बाद वहां पे उन्होंने प्लांट लगाया तो प्लांट में पानी भर गया। पानी भर गया तो किसी ने बोला कि 4 महीने पहले प्लांट चालू नहीं होगा। उस जमाने में फ्लाइट से सब पैसे मंगाया, पूरे स्पेयर पार्ट्स। बॉम्बे आए, ट्रकों की हड़ताल थी तो 2 नए ट्रक परचेज किए और ट्रक के अंदर, नए ट्रक के अंदर अंदर सामान भेजा और 14 दिन में प्लांट चालू किया। वो आदमी था साहब। उस आदमी का आप सोचिए, 77 में आईपीओ लाता है। आईपीओ लाता है, 1 रुपये का शेयर, 10 रुपये का शेयर जब 186 हो जाता है तो कलकत्ता का कार्टेल उसको स्क्रैप करना चाहता है। तो उस आदमी ने उनको ऐसा सबक सिखाया था कि वो आज दिन तक मनु माणिक का ग्रुप याद करता है। 20 साल तक फिर कोई रिलायंस को टच नहीं कर पाया। उसका नाम था धीरू भाई। आप सोचिए। और सबसे बड़ी बात, ह्यूमन मैनेजमेंट। उनको 12 साल चलने के बाद उनको एक बहुत बढ़िया आदमी सीईओ चाहिए था। तो उन समय एंट्री होती है आनंद जैन की। आनंद जैन जब उनके पास बैठे, आधा घंटा के इंटरव्यू के बाद आनंद जैन जब बाहर जाने लगे, आनंद जैन का रिलायंस को अटेंड करने का कोई मन नहीं था। जब वो जहाँ वहाँ पहुँचे तो उनके मुंह से निकल गया कि आपके फादर कैसे हैं। एंड ही वाज स्टन कि मेरे फादर के बारे में आपको कैसे जानकारी। कि साहब, जिसको रखना होता है ना, उसके माता पिता, उसके सुख दुख की मैं पूरी जानकारी। और वो आनंद जैन आज दिन तक रिलायंस नहीं छोड़ा साहब। उसको बोलते हैं धीरू भाई। धीरू भाई की सबसे बड़ी जो खासियत मैं आपके साथ शेयर कर रहा हूँ, मुझे के जैसा, हम में से 90% लोग, 90% लोग 60 सेकंड के बाद किससे मिले हैं उसका नाम और चेहरा भूल जाते हैं। धीरू भाई जिंदगी भर याद रखते थे नाम और चेहरा। उसी के कारण उनकी वेल्थ इतनी इंक्रीज हुई। और वो आदमी अपने को ये सिखा कर गया सर, जब वो गया यहाँ से 2002 में 6 जुलाई को जब यहाँ से जाते हैं ना सर, तो अपने को समझ में आता है कि 9वीं पास आदमी 4.5 लाख करोड़ की कंपनी बना के गया था सर। तो ज्ञान से ज्यादा, डिग्री से ज्यादा आदमी में ज्ञान जरूरी है। बोलिए धीरू भाई जैसा आदमी देश के लिए कितना जरूरी है। थैंक यू सर। अरे आप लोग तो धीरू भाई से ज्यादा है सर। साहब छोटी छोटी कहानियां सुनाते हैं। हो गया ना? कितना हुआ? हाउ मच? 3.5 सर। थैंक यू सर, बहुत बढ़िया। 3.5 मिनट यानी आपके लिए तो सरप्राइज है। बस बस हो गया। थैंक यू सर। ओके। हैं? अच्छा, आ जाइए, आ जाइए, प्लीज आइए।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। आपको सुनने में बहुत मजा आया और काफी मोटिवेटिंग था। प्लीज एक्सेप्ट द फेलिसिटेशन फ्रॉम आवर साइड। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, कैन वी प्लीज हैव अ राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर हिम। Well, here we come to an end of this evening. Thank you so much for joining us. We have dinner and cocktail outside waiting for you.